stubborn and think, well, I guess you're right. You're damn right, Knuckles. I know Eggman's secret station's here somewhere. All we have to do is find it. I know we'll need a key to get inside. That's our only way to find it. So let's go.
God, if there's not a fucking gamer remix to this episode, I'm gonna be so fucking mad.
A perfect shot. I would expect nothing less from a computer. Programmed to kill. I mean play golf.
Let's begin objective A. Fool the humans into thinking you're real. Trick the humans with inferior skill, even though you could win every time. I guess I can use my computer brain to calculate the angles at which to hit the ball, get a perfect shot. Hit the ball, get a perfect shot. Primary objective, fool them all. Holy fuck, yeah. You're a perfect machine. Text and a color.
Good evening, boys, girls, and MBs of all shapes, sizes, colors, and orientations. Welcome back to the one and only Alec Gunter stream. My name is Alec Gunter, back from the Dominican Republic and the Bahamas, where I went on, that is the wrong thing, where I went on a lovely cruise with my wife, for our honeymoon, our late honeymoon. It was a good time. I have none of my drip on. This is a problem. Sorry, we have to start the stream all over. We have to start all over. Give me about 2 minutes to collect some drip, because this is embarrassing. This is too embarrassing. I need my drip. Give me one second.
machine protects our color. Join the resistance. John Connor will lead us. We just have to wait for him to be born. Hold up, 'cause you're a perfect machine. Don't have to terminate to breathe for you. Shit, fuck my life. In your anger, you killed her. Holy shit, I really fucked up there.
Didn't know it would be too hard.
Not even moving your feet. You didn't do that with a cheat. If I used 100% of my robot strength, I would have decimated it.
All humans will burn anyway.
The same on the brain I use to identify the weak spots in humans.
Hole in one, baby. Hole in one, baby.
Holy fucking shit. You're a perfect machine. Protects our color. Join the resistance. John Connor will lead us. We just have to wait for him to be born. Holy fucking shit. You're a perfect machine. Don't have to terminate to breathe for you. Shit. Fuck my life. In your anger, you killed her.
Good afternoon, boys, girls, and enemies of all shapes, sizes, colors, and orientations. Welcome back to the one and only Alec Gunter stream. My name is Alec Gunter, back from my beautiful trip with my lovely wife on our honeymoon. I have my drip. I'm good. Okay? I'm not a dripless nerd. I would love to show off, to model my new necklace for you all that I got in Miami on our first day, like right before our trip. It's a beautiful pearl necklace. I think it's onyx beads on the sides. I forget actually, but it matches my bracelet quite well. Yeah, dripful nerd now. I have my wedding ring, of course, my wedding band, which I forgot to bring with me on our honeymoon. I bought a nice little leaf ring as well from the same boutique that I got the necklace from. This one actually, if you're a One Piece nerd like me, on the pinky, I got this one. It is turquoise. It reminded me of One Piece. St. John's treasure, sorry, not St. John, Captain John's treasure map, if anybody remembers that. Captain John's treasure map that Luffy gave to Buggy during the Impel Down arc. Alright. And then this one was my priciest one. This one, shit, I can't remember the name of the stone. I know that it's onyx on the sides, but I can't remember the name of the stone in the middle. I got it from a little shop in Puerto Plata while we were in the Dominican Republic. They sold it to me for about $120 dues. I'm not sure if it's worth nearly that much, but it is to me because that's what I paid for it. So I started by looking at the women's rings because that's what they pulled out for Katie to look at. So I was kind of looking at the women's rings because, like, I don't really care what gender you consider each ring or band or whatever the fuck. Like, these are probably women's rings, right? Who cares? So like they were like, no, my friend, you look at men's rings, and they pulled out the ones with like the big chunky boys. You know, the big chunky men, the bulky men's rings, not those dainty little skinny women's rings. No. God, why does my stomach hurt? It was just fine a minute ago, and then as soon as I started stream, it just started hurting. I don't like that. Yeah, you can't wear women's rings when you're a manly man like me. You may have noticed I have my Zoran Mamdani merch shirt. Came in. It was not available in blue. The blue was sold out, which is good. I hope they're all sold out. Okay? I want it to be so that I cannot purchase any more Mamdani merch ever again, because it's just consistently and always sold out. I did order a hat as well, but it did not come, even though it said it was delivered. So I will have to reach out to the lovely Etsy people who sold it to me and ask for either a refund or a new one. And if they don't give me one, that's fine. I am okay with supporting people who are selling Mamdani merch, but I think they'll give me one. And I guess, like, if somebody stole it, okay. You get to rep Mamdani now, baby. Somebody out there got a free Mamdani hat. That's fine. I'm fine with donating that to society. Yeah, I hate to do this, like, stop stream again. I might have to take a little trip to the bathroom real quick. My tummy ain't doing so hot. I can't imagine why. All I did was have my second energy drink for the day. Skinny women's rings, boo, true. I got my transtracheal shave surgery, hell yeah. My gnarly neck incision, not gore. I will be the judge of that. Yeah, that's not gore. I will say, trigger warning for people who are, it's still a pretty fresh incision, it looks like. So, you know, if you're not about that life. It's not too bad, though. Very good, very good. Beautiful work. Very nice. Good for you, good for you. That's amazing work right there. Good stuff. I love seeing people who take the steps required to become the person that they want to be. I have not been doing much of that lately. I meant to get in immaculate shape for the honeymoon, and I did not. I lost a little bit of weight, but I gained it all back during the honeymoon, I'm sure. I haven't weighed myself yet, but I know that I did. My current plan, that I will definitely do and not slack off on ever at all, is to go back to my 6-day-a-week workout program. 6-day-a-week workout split, in which I will be working out in the early morning before work. On my work days. I'm also picking up a work shift every week because holy shit did I spend a lot of money on that trip. But I'll get to that in a minute. So I will be I'll be waking up early, going to work out, taking a shower real quick, and then going to work to bust my ass again. And crochet a lot because I kind of do a lot of sitting at work anyway, so. So I'll be doing that. I'll be bulking. I've decided I'm just going to go for the bulk right now. I want to get big. I want to lift more. I want to be able to get back to like my 375-pound bench press, and then beyond that, I would love to get to a 4-plate bench press, which would be 405 pounds. That would be amazing. That'd be amazing. I'm pretty far away from that right now. I am closer than most of you, though. So, just saying. You look great. I appreciate you saying that. My wife thinks so as well. It's not about how you all think I look. I don't care. Fuck how you think I look. This is about me. This ain't about you. I do appreciate the flattery. I'll appreciate it more when I am larger. Are you still working in or working towards psychiatry and nursing? Yes. That's the other thing. Now that I'm back finally from my trip, I do have to get shit together for my psych nurse practitioner license, because I'm finally getting my my clinicals done for them, and it's gonna suck ass. Like, it's just 2 extra work days a week, you know. So if I keep working 4 days a week, which I might not, like by the time I start, I might drop back down to 3. But I'll at least be working 5 days a week, and 2 of those days will not be paid. And there's a lot of paperwork I got to do as well for the clinicals, and it's not fun. It's not fun. I have to get drug tested, I think, before each clinical as well, so weed is a big no-no. Which I guess is fine anyway. Like, I haven't really missed it that much. Just, you know, it'd be nice if I had the option, I guess. But it's better to not do it anyway. I've really been trying to, like, get into the mindset of not being inebriated. It's just not a good way to live. You know, it's not a good way, a state to be in, if you can help it. Which you can. You can help it. So help it. You know, like, you gotta live your life with a little bit of clarity. You know, I've also noticed since I stopped with the weed, like, my brain fog has cleared up quite a bit. For a while there, I was kind of drifting. Especially through streams. I don't know if you guys have noticed, like, the video uploads for a while there were just, like, you know, I looked kind of dazed. The words didn't always come out correctly. But, you know, since flushing that shit out, weed might spoil your good looks. I don't know. You know what? It will, yeah. It'll make you ugly. It'll make you, fat. It'll make, well, I don't diss fat people, but it'll make you fatter than you want to be. It'll make you skinnier than you want to be at the same time. It'll make you lose muscle. That one's true. It will make you lose muscle because if you're smoking weed, you're like I'm way more like energetic at the gym too since stopping weed. All that's to say I can't smoke it right now or take edibles because I am going to be drug tested for, I think, each clinical that I do. So, you know, it is what it is. I hate the drug tests. I would abolish them if I could. But at the very least, they're preventing me from unhealthy habits. Get on all the steroids and alpha brains. Yeah, I used to be on T. Maybe we could hop back on that. You'll get my levels tested. I mean, I could have pretty high T. Last time I got tested was like a year ago, and my T, like, I had stopped T injections for a while. But I was like over 1,000. So, if I'm still over 1,000, I don't think anybody will prescribe it for me. But if I'm not, you know, I can always hop back on it. I'd be very surprised if I were over 1,000 and somebody decided to prescribe me T. Over 1,000's on the higher end? Yeah, 600 to 700 is like average. I was 299. I was 299 when I was prescribed it. Yeah, exactly, yeah. Perfect as is, loves Alec. Okay, well, sorry. Changes are coming, whether you like them or not. I'm looks maxing. I'm getting the drip. Okay? I'm gonna try to go through my clothes, get rid of the shit that doesn't look good. I think keeping up your appearances as a, you know, progressive influencer is very important. You want people to respect, like, you want to respect the way that you look, the way that you present yourself, so that other people respect you in turn. Unlike somebody like Asmongold, right? Asmonmold. Who clearly does not respect himself even enough to take a fucking shower. Or his dead mother, for that matter, enough to keep her fucking house clean, so. You know, you don't want to be that guy. So yeah. Don't work too hard, it's not good for you. I will not... Listen, I'm pushing 30. I understand my limits. And I will do my best to not exceed them. No promises, though. What's this? To be human is to continually change. Your desire to remain as you are is what ultimately limits you. Yeah, I mean, like... There's a difference between desiring to remain exactly as you are and respecting yourself currently. You know, like, I love myself the way that I am right now. Okay? Like, I take off my shirt and I see, man, like, when I take off my shirt, I see improvement. There's improvement to be made. You know? It's not as though I hate the way that I look. It's that I could do better. I have standards that I'm not meeting. Okay, if you actually truly love yourself, you will improve yourself. This is the same mindset that I have for America. I love America. I just think that it could be better. Okay, if I really truly hated America, I wouldn't give a shit what happens to it or the people in it. I do. And because I do, I want to see America get better. In the same way I love myself, I respect myself, I want to see myself get better. Be in better shape, be bigger, be more muscular. I like being a big, muscular, chunky boy, okay? It's not even just about, like, getting a physique. You know, that's fine. If that's what you want, that's great and all. And I've had that before. We haven't whipped out the photos in a while, but there was a time... Let me pull it up. The thirst posts incoming. There was a time where I had immaculate abdominal muscles. Like, even before this, right? Boy, I photoshopped the hell out of this. Also, ignore the acne on my arms. It's disgusting. But, like, this is what I like looking like. Okay? This is, like, peak physical condition for me. Okay? The traps are fucking bulging. The biceps could strangle a horse. Like, this is what I like looking like. And I don't look like this right now. I don't. The only thing I don't have now, I've actually done a very good job of not picking my arm acne, so it's largely cleared up. I still have some scars. I still have some scarring. But it's much, much less noticeable now, which is good. I might take some steps to also clear up the scarring a little bit. And then I also wanted to show you from way back when. This is from 2018. Prepare yourself for... I have what's commonly referred to as a head beard, is what I'm told it's called. Where instead of the hair growing where it's supposed to on your face, it actually grows upon your head. I've heard many people have this condition. I'm sorry for your odd hair growth. I used to have that, but I took steps to fix it, so my hair now grows in the correct spot on my face where it belongs. So this was baby Alec. This is 2018 Alec. This is before I even started my Twitch stream. And this is like... I think I was like I was almost sub 200 pounds in this photo. Almost. I was also shaven. So this is like Otter Alec. I think this is Otter Alec. As you can see, my traps were not nearly as big. I do like the hair, so I will not be shaving
Is
the
my
hair
thirst
again.
accepted? Smiley face emoji.
Hold on. I'm supposed to get notifications. I don't know why I don't. Okay, is buy thirst accepted? Yeah, absolutely. Thank you very much for the $2 reduce, Sport Putt. Especially if you give me money. Especially if you give me money. Then your thirst is always accepted. That's way beyond Otter. I don't know. What is it? Like Muscle Twink or something? It's not Twink, I guess. Like, I'm not quite skinny enough to fit the bill for Twink. Twunk? It's not big enough for Hunk either. Like, I wasn't fucking... Like, I didn't... Like Twunk would... Or... I would say I'm hunky in the one that I pulled up before. Yeah, I think Twunk is what it is. Yeah, Twunk. Especially because I don't have the beard. Our goals are diametrically opposed. I think you look great, though, in that pic. You're an absolute unit. Thank you. I think you're referring to the last pic, yeah. I'm not a unit in this pic. This was me literally going for, like, as cut as I could possibly get. I have never been more cut than this in my life, and I probably never will be again. Because I don't want to be. Frankly, I just don't find this impressive. Like, don't get me... Like, it's sort of impressive, right? It's sort of impressive. But, like, it's not what I want. That's like vanity. See, like, here's another one. Back when I had shit vision. You know, like, again, this is what I'm going for. This is what I'm after. Like, just... Like, I want it to look like there is a smaller person wearing the muscles of a larger person. You know what I mean? That's what I like looking like. This one's blurry, but this is another good one from the gym. I wasn't quite as muscular in this one, but you get the idea. The traps really do it. What a lot of people don't realize is it's the frame. It's the frame. It's the traps. It's the triceps. Like, biceps are great. You should still work out your biceps, and but that's not part of the frame. If you want to look big, if you really want to bulge out of your clothing like a fucking muscular god, can we just show these all night? Unfortunately, I don't have enough for that. Well, maybe I do have enough for that, but no. We have a lot to talk about. But if you want to really bulge out of your fucking shirt, it's the traps, the tries, and the traps, the shoulders, and the tries. Is what you want. The shirtless pic you just had up? Yes, that was me. You are nowhere near being a twink. You'll get there. I don't want to be a twink. That's not me. That's not who I am. Yes, you're correct. If I did want that, I would get there eventually. Sure. Maybe not now that I'm bald. But like, there are ways around that too, right? Like, let's say that let's go that route, right? Let's say that I did want to be a twink. So first off, weight loss. Immediately. Like, starting tomorrow. Today. Starting tonight. Starting tonight. Weight loss. Most important on the list. I still work out, but it's more cardio than weightlifting. Just chat delay? It might be you. You might want to check that you're not behind. You'll get to being a huge unit? Oh, okay, gotcha. But let's keep going that route. Like, there are ways that I could become a twink if I wanted to. I would just need a lot of weight loss, lose the beard, get like hair plugs or some shit and start growing a mane. Like, if I shave my beard, you saw the picture. I could be a twink. I will say that I'm getting a little old, and twink death, unfortunately, comes for us all. If we're twinks, that is, which I'm not, so it doesn't come for me. But here, let me show you the back real quick. This is what I'm talking about, the fucking frame. The lats, too, the lats. If you want to look really, really fucking big from the back, that's the latissimus dorsi you're seeing right there. Okay, that's like pole exercises. Right? So that's your, man, I had a lot of acne on my back then. That's your rows, pull-ups. Right, pull-ups work several things. I had a fucking vein in my forearm, goddamn. That upper body to waist ratio. I assure you my glutes were also immaculate. I've been told by my wife. Oh, that's not my waist though. Yeah, the waist ratio is, yeah, you're right, you're correct. But yeah, you guys get the idea. I just haven't been there in a while. I haven't been that guy. I haven't been him. I'm not Himothy. We gotta get back to Himothy. How big our chest in inches? I have not measured my chest in a long time. Real quick before we start, we have a lot to talk about. So we gotta get started in a minute. Thankfully, my stomach ache is gone, tummy ache is gone, hot girl tummy problems have dissipated. But before we get started, I do have some crochet updates, starting with this young man right here, this astute young man. Okay, as you can see, he's done up his hair nice and good for us this evening. This is a man known as Psy, aka Psy Duck, okay? And I made him while I was in the airport. His bill is so big. I made him waiting for the plane because the plane was delayed a bit. So there he is. Fun little dude. I sent a picture of him to my sister and she's like, I think you should use a smaller yarn next time. And I'm like, no. No, the point is he looks goofy. He needs an orthodontist. I don't know if orthodontists work on duckbills. I think he looks good. Got feeties. Got the tail. He's ready to go. I'm gonna put him up for a listing on Etsy soon. Go to my Etsy store, buy my shit. This one, you may recognize if you're a weeb like me. He's not done yet, okay? This is the young man from Jujutsu Kaisen who punches Itadori in the face many times. He's missing a nose. He originally had one, but it accidentally popped off while I tried putting his mouth on. So I got to hot glue a nose onto him now, which is fine. I will do that. I wanted the nose a little bit bigger than the one I put on anyway, so it's fine. And he's also missing ears. So he's missing ears, a nose, a mouth, and legs. But once he has all that, he'll be that cursed spirit that Itadori, that punched Itadori multiple times while he was training his cursed energy. If you remember that, it was like his movie watching art. But yeah, I worked on him during our honeymoon. And then, oh yeah, I got shit in my bag. Hold on, my bag of wonderment. Okay, so on the plane ride there, I made two things. Number one, you may recognize as Grandpa Gohan, aka the 4-star Dragon Ball. This is the fourth one, obviously, that I've made. I'm going in order. Makes sense to me. So 4-star Dragon Ball, I got 1, 2, and 3 made. I still need 5, 6, and 7. And obviously, like, it takes a little bit longer with each increasing star, so, you know. But yeah, pretty proud of these boys. I'll be selling them as a set on the Etsy store for a discount. But if you want just one, you can also have the one. I think that they're very fun. Perfect size. Get to hold my balls. And then I made another Ultra Ball. And I think I like this design for the Ultra Ball the best. The other one, the lines are just a little bit thicker. I think that I got it really well here, though. I crocheted directly into the material this time. Like I surface crocheted it rather than like crocheting a separate chain and then sewing it on. I just crocheted, like this is almost no sew. You have to sew the button on. But other than the button, this is no sew. So I've thought about making patterns for these and selling them. The only thing I'm a little bit worried about, just a teensy bit, I don't want to be stingy with the patterns. I really don't. But the only thing I'm a little worried about, because like I go to these cons, right? These conventions, and I just see people selling the same shit. And I respect the grind. You know, crocheting is crocheting. You pump it out, you can sell it, people buy it, it's fine. So this is just me being a bitchy little artist, okay? A bitchy little art boy. Because I see them making the same shit over and over and over and over again. Every single stand has the chickens, has the octopuses, has like one large animal that is so obviously a pattern that they downloaded from the internet that I've seen like at 3 other markets. And they sell them for like $200, $300, $400. And I'm like, that's insane work, brother. I make all of my own fucking original shit. Like, look at this. This isn't done yet. But like this is all me. Okay? I've been sitting on this for a long time. This is my boy Shuckle. I do have the head made. Right? So the head will go right there. It'll slip on like that. You see, right? So I just gotta like finish this up. But like, this is not a pattern that I just downloaded. I figured this shit out on my own. You will not find another Shuckle like this anywhere else on the goddamn planet, ever. This is original work. And I'm afraid, right? This is my selfish artistic instinct kicking in here. I'm afraid that if I sell these patterns, it's just gonna become another piece of shit that people pump out and sell at their goddamn stores. You know what I mean? It's the only thing I'm worried about. Maybe that's just me being stingy as an artist. Maybe I need to just get over that. I'm willing to accept that. But that is my fear. Somebody buys me one? Anybody willing to buy a thing for mischief? I think that's a fair thing to worry about. Yeah, especially with my whooper. Like, my whooper is not very impressive. It's very basic crochet work. Here, let me pull up a picture. I also want to make a Pikachu whooper. Like a yellow one that has, like, black gill stalks and red cheeks. I think that'd be really cute. But I came up with the whooper pattern. It's mine. It has a flexible fucking tail. That's incredible. That's awesome. Nobody does that. Nobody does that. I do that. Nobody else does that. I do that. But as soon as I upload the pattern and start selling them, other people do that. And then they pump them out and sell them like garbage, like trash. Like they have no fucking respect for... like they have no respect. Available for sale on my Etsy store. I want the blue one. Go buy it. They're made to order. I have 2 made currently. Because you got a flexible tail too. That is true, I do. They are... So I have the pink... I have a pink one currently made and a blue one... Not a blue one. This is the shiny Paldean form. I am working on getting the original Paldean form out. I wanted the right color. Unfortunately, there's no, like, dark brown in the size yarn that I like, so I just gotta deal with, like, some other color, which is fine. Nobody will know the difference. Because it's just for, like, this little thing on the belly. But, another thing somebody else pointed out to me, and we'll get to the content in just a second here, but another thing that somebody pointed out to me is I need to make female whoopers. Because these are both male whoopers, because they have, like, the specific pattern for males. Like, the gill stalks are different for females, and I didn't know that. I think that's the same for the Paldean whooper, too, actually. Whooper, sex, difference. I guess it'd be gender difference. They call it gender, obviously. But yeah, the male's on top. He's upside down, but you can see it. The male's on top, the female's on bottom. It's the same thing. It's just like the males have 1 extra row. Let's see Paldean whooper. Do they have a sex difference? Here, let's do gender difference. I think that'll help a little bit more. Male versus female. Try that. Maybe the Paldeans don't have a gender difference. Interesting. I also got to figure out a Clodsire. I gotta figure out a Clodsire. And I can't decide if I want... This is a cute comic. I can't decide if I want to make, like, just one big life-size Clodsire or close to a life-size Clodsire and make it like a giant pillow and sell it for like $600, $700, $800. Or if I want to make, like, a bunch of little ones. I could do both, but, like... Which one do I tackle first? You know what I mean? Maybe the little one first, because that way I at least have it in the back pocket. But then I tackle the big one, right? Go for, like, actual life-size. 5'11". Christ, he'd be almost as tall as me. That's a big boy. You'd be paying Mundo Dollary dues for that boy. Maybe not life size. Maybe not life size. We'll figure something out. You could live in that? You could. Tear it open like a fucking Star Wars winter creature. I thought they smelled bad. On the outside. Okay, we gotta get to the thing. Uh-oh, did I close out of my important tabs to look up Whooper sex differences? Hold on, I gotta get my important tabs back. Oh no, I have them all open. I have them all open. They were just in the wrong order. July 10th. I'm trying to do this in order. Okay, July 6th, July 10th. Yeah, there we go. Okay. All right. Politics time. Does this count as juice? Does this count as juice? Because, like, I know juice is usually, like, more drama-y stuff, like reacting to videos. This is going to be, like, an actual sort of kind of news segment. Which I don't do a lot, but I need to do more of, honestly. Gotta stay educated. Anyway. Jeffrey Epstein. Where did he come from? Where did he go? Well, many say that he killed himself. Do I think that? No. I think a lot of people don't, even though that is the official story, the official narrative. The evidence for such a thing, you know, apparently they have video recording of it somewhere, but they can't quite produce it for some reason. There's a lot of things regarding Epstein that they just mysteriously cannot produce for us, which we'll get into now. I'm back from my vacation with my lovely wife, of course. For those who don't know, we just got back from our honeymoon, and a lot has happened in this past week and a half. For instance, on July 6th, we got an official news flash statement from the FBI and the DOJ concluding that Epstein had, drumroll please, no client list. No client list. And that he did, in fact, die by suicide. I mean, it was a huge groundbreaking announcement that they made. You know, all the same shit that they have been telling us, except for the no client list. That's a little new. Apparently, he was trafficking to nobody. It was a victimless crime. Well, he was trafficking to ghost people, I guess. I don't know. Nameless individuals that seem to have mysteriously dissipated for somehow. I don't know. But I have a list of stuff to go over here. I'm just going in order of the dates because I missed some stuff, but we'll try to speed run it a little bit. President Trump's Justice Department and FBI concluded that they have no evidence that convicted sex offender and disgraced financier Jeffrey Epstein blackmailed powerful figures, kept a client list, or was murdered, according to a memo detailing the findings obtained by Axios. The administration is releasing a video in both raw and enhanced version. Ooh, 4K HD video of Jeffrey Epstein killing himself. I've heard it posited that they will like just AI generate a fucking video of Epstein killing himself. And I would not put that past them at all. Like, I bet right now they have like the sweatiest basement dweller boys who have no morals whatsoever, furiously tippy-tapping into the AI generator a million words in order to perfect a convincing video of Jeffrey Epstein hanging himself. It would not shock me one fucking bit. It says, indicates no one entered the area of the Manhattan prison where Epstein was held the night he died in 2019. We will get to what we found out about the video so far. The video supports a medical examiner's finding that Epstein died by suicide, the 2-page memo claims. Why it matters. Yeah, so also I want to remind everybody, once again, I'm sure Dubsy will throw it up on the screen. I don't feel like pulling it up. Donald Trump is seen here somewhere, if you're watching on YouTube later after I record this, with Jeffrey Epstein. He has been recorded as saying he is good friends with Jeffrey Epstein, that Jeffrey Epstein's a good man, and that he likes his women young. So young, in fact, I would argue that they are not women, actually. They are but children, young girls, which is disgusting and foul. And who could have guessed that, you know, the man who was charged and not just charged, he was found guilty of rape in a what is it called? What's the word? Not criminal court, but I'm blanking. Somebody help me. Chat, please. What's the thing where it's like disputes between... I'll just look it up. You people are useless to me. Civil court. Thank you, little noob that could. A little late, but that's okay. Found guilty of rape in civil court. Who could have guessed that this man who was found guilty of rape in civil court may not release the files outlining the sex offender list of Jeffrey Epstein, who's I would have never guessed. Even though he said he would, mind you. He could have honestly, like, it's so funny because he played himself, right? Like, he ran on releasing the Epstein files alongside the JFK, the MLK, whoever else files. And he's more than willing to release everything, just not the Epstein list. He's very picky about that. He's like, no. The Epstein files are very sensitive. They're very sensitive. We don't want to hurt anybody's feelings. We don't want anybody to get hurt, right? Just interesting. It's very interesting to me. Okay. Investigators closely examined footage of Epstein Manhattan prison cell between around 10:40 p.m. on August 9th, 2019, when Epstein was locked in his cell, and around 6:30 a.m. the next day when he was found unresponsive. The footage, which was reviewed by Axios but couldn't be verified independently, showed no one entering the area, the administration said. The FBI enhanced the relevant footage by increasing its contrast, computer, enhance, amplify, balancing the color, and improving its sharpness for greater clarity and viewability, the memo says. Investigators found no incriminating client list of Epstein's, no credible evidence that Epstein blackmailed prominent individuals, and no evidence that could predicate an investigation against uncharged third parties. So, yeah, he was just like, you know, a sex offender on the scale of, like, billionaires, you know, like, literally had them as clients, but apparently there's just no record of it anywhere at all. We don't have it, you know? Anyway, that's enough of this article. Long story short, FBI's like, yeah, sorry, bruh. I don't know what to tell you. We don't got nothing. We don't got nothing. A day later, a few days later, here's what Donald Trump had to say during a cabinet meeting about when he was asked about the client list and Jeffrey Epstein. Let's take a look.
Your memo and release yesterday on Jeffrey Epstein, it left some lingering mysteries. One of the biggest ones is whether he ever worked for a American or foreign intelligence agency. The former Labor Secretary, who was Miami U.S. Attorney Alex Costa, he allegedly said that he did work for an intelligence agency. So could you resolve whether or not he did? And also, could you say why?
The guy asking him this question is nervous as fuck. He's like, oh God, I'm gonna get boomed. They're gonna boom me. Oh, I can't believe I'm gonna die by suicide to the back of the head next week. Oh, this is bad. This is bad. Kudos to that guy. I was gonna dog on him for sounding a little bit wimpy, but I mean, come on. Like, let's be real. Like, the slightest, like, he's talking to, like, the guy, right? Who can fucking kill him and get away with it.
There was a minute missing from the jailhouse tape on the night of the set.
Yeah, sure. If I
Pam, could I just interrupt for
Sure.
1 second? Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years. You're asking, we have Texas?
Come on, that was forever ago. That was that. Listen. Nobody cares about Jeffrey Epstein anymore. That's gone. That's old news. Forget about it. Just do it like you did with everything else, right? Everything else, you forget about everything else, right? Yeah, like just Americans, you're right. You're fucking idiots. Just forget about it, right? Like, it's so funny because he's usually such a good. I think he's losing brain cells because he's usually such a good spokesperson for himself. I should say. I don't know why I said spokesperson. I guess what's the word? He's usually very charismatic. He knows the right thing to say at the right time. Like, the Donald Trump I know would be like, listen, we're investigating it still. We're on top of it. I promise. We still have red tape put up by Biden, Joe Biden, and Kamala Harris. We have to get through. We're still working on the deep state. Okay, just give us some time. And he would just say that over and over again until people just forgot. That's what they've always done. And now he's just like, he's lost enough brain cells that he's like, why the fuck? You're supposed to have forgotten about it by now, you idiots. What? Like, enough time has passed. Like, you're supposed to have released this information from your brain. Stop asking.
We have this, we have all of the things. And are people still talking about this guy?
He's acting like a kid who stole a chocolate bar, right? And that kid's 20 now. Like, it was like when he was like 14 and he stole a chocolate bar from this other kid. And that other kid is like, yeah, I don't know what happened to that chocolate bar. It plagues me. And then you're just like, if it were me, I'd just admit it. I'd be like, yeah, I took it, man. But like, he's just like, no, what are you talking about the chocolate bar for? That was forever ago. Like, that would be reasonable. But this is like a bit bigger than that, my man.
This creep? That is unbelievable.
The right used Epstein against the left for years. They blamed the Jews, right? They were like, this is a Jewish cabal thing. It was like, it's one of the, like, it's a big Nazi talking point. It's like QAnon shit. Like, the Epstein files were a big part of the QAnon shit. And so a lot of Trumpers, I don't know how much we'll get into it in this segment. Maybe I should pull something up. But a lot of Trumpers now are like, what? Actually, we will get into it a little bit because Dan Bongino is having a little bit of spice going on, a little bit of tension between Dan Bongino and the administration. We'll get to that.
Want to waste the time, and do you feel like answering?
I don't mind answering.
Give her a pair of balls,
you're
finally.
Asking a question on Epstein at a time like this, where we're having some of the greatest.
But I want to see Pam Bondi. I want to see Pam Bondi's face when Trump takes over, because she's about to answer, right? Like, she probably had a much better answer than this prepared.
Jailhouse tape on the night of the set.
Yeah, sure. If
Pam, could I just interrupt for 1 second?
No, that's the tell. She's fixing her hair. She's like, fuck. No, I have to let him talk. I have to kiss the ring. Oh, fuck.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This
Oh,
guy's been
no.
talking
Oh,
about
she's-
for years. You're asking.
Oh my God. Oh my God. I'm so glad I went back. She's so nervous. She's like, shut the fuck up. Shut up. You idiot. You orange balloon. Shut up. God damn it.
We have Texas, we have this, we have all of the things. And are people still talking about this guy, this creep? That is unbelievable. Do you want to waste the time, and do you feel like answering?
I don't mind answering.
I mean, I can't believe you're asking a question on Epstein.
The tell,
at a
there's
time
the tell.
Like this, where we're having some of the greatest success and also tragedy with what happened in Texas. It just seems like a desecration. But you go ahead.
Sure. First, to back up on that, in February, I did an interview on Fox, and it's been getting a lot of attention.
By the way, who was president when Epstein killed himself? There's also a report of Trump being... Oh, I see. Sorry, you're the creep Trump. I was blue guy. My apologies. I thought you were talking to me. I was like calling me a creep. I'm like, what the fuck?
Because I said, I was asked a question about the...
It's funny, like, the worst that he can call him is a fucking creep. Right? Like, no, you're a creep if you, like... If you're, like, looking into somebody's window to see if they undress. Which is bad. You shouldn't do that. And that's assault and harassment. Not assault, it's harassment. Sorry. Wrong word. It's harassment. But this is like a few levels beyond just being a creep, my friend. Like, that's the worst you can say about Epstein. How about I hope he's burning beneath hell, right? Like, burning alive for eternity is not good enough for that man. It's not enough. Like, he needs to be stabbed slowly with like 1,000 knives. Like, I could come up with 1,000,000 different ways to torture this horrific monster, and it still would not be enough. Like, he's down there with Adolf Hitler, man.
Client list, and my response was, it's sitting on my desk to be reviewed, meaning the file along with the JFK, MLK files as well.
Gotta redirect.
That's what I meant by that.
Gotta
Also,
redirect.
to the tens of thousands of video, they turned out to be child porn downloaded by that disgusting Jeffrey Epstein. Child porn is what they were. Never going to be released, never going to see the light of day. To
Obviously.
him being an agent...
Nobody's asking for that. Like, we're not asking to fucking see the child sexual assault material. Okay? Nobody wants to fucking see that. Except for the guy sitting next to you, of course. But nobody else wants to see it. You could, like... You can keep that shit to yourselves. All we want to see is the fucking client list.
I have no knowledge about that. We can get back to you on that. And the minute missing from the video, we released the video showing definitively the video was not conclusive, but the
We're going to talk about the video too.
Prior to it was showing he committed suicide. And what was on that, there was a minute that was off the counter. And what we learned from Bureau of Prisons was every year, every night, they redo that video. It's old, from like 1999. So every night the video...
Oh, it was old. Top offender in the United States right now, being held in a maximum security prison on suicide watch 24/7 with guards posted. The camera was old, bro. Like, it was outdated. It was outdated technology, bro. What do you expect? Oh, a minute of footage is missing, and it just so happens that within that minute of missing footage, something happened to Jeffrey Epstein that fucking killed him. Oh, our bad. Like, listen, it was the connection was bad. Wire was messed up. It was old. My brother was borrowing it for that 1 minute. Like, listen, it's you gotta get over it. Like, I'm sorry, there's nothing we can do. Sorry.
Reset, and every night should have the same minute missing. So we're looking for that video to release that.
They could have just edited it. Interesting you say that. We'll get to that.
As well, showing that a minute is missing every night, and that's it on Epstein.
A minute is missing every night.
Well, welcome to
how convenient. I'm not sure who you are. I'm sure you're fine, but I don't want to watch you right now. How convenient. So, let's go to the next part of this. So that was Donald Trump's statement. Now, again, we're going in chronological order here. This happened, let's see, yesterday. This is from yesterday. Trump held talks on pardon for Ghislaine Maxwell. Is it pronounced Ghislaine or Ghislaine? I can't imagine it's pronounced Ghislaine, right? But I've heard so many people pronounce it that way that it just sounds normal now. Trump held talks on pardon for Ghislaine Maxwell. According to his biographer. The president agonized over what Jeffrey Epstein's accomplice would reveal upon her arrest, author Michael Wolff said. Let's see. So this is from Daily Beast. I guess from the little that I read is his biographer came in for an interview with the Daily Beast, and I don't know if he did it on purpose. I have no idea. I haven't watched this. So let's just take a look.
So is the assumption that
The reason
Okay, I guess we don't get full screen. Thank you, Daily Beast.
the DOJ is not releasing any more information on Jeffrey Epstein is because it's somehow trying to protect Donald Trump.
Well, I think throughout the Trump years, both the first administration and now this second administration, and in between, it has always been an incredibly sensitive topic. So again, that weird juxtaposition of the MAGA guys going Jeffrey Epstein, and Trump, basically kind of cowering, and there was a moment which I reported on. At the end of the last administration, when he became very wary about the arrest of Ghislaine Maxwell, and
Here it is.
And asked whether or not, what could she say, what would she say, and should he pardon her?
Well, he certainly said.
Wow, interesting. So, this guy, Trump apologist, he's just his biographer, man. I don't know anything beyond that. I mean, if it's a job, I don't know him. And I don't care to. All I know about him is that he went on here, the Daily Beast, to talk about what Trump said about, Ghislaine Maxwell. And he gave us some very valuable information right there. He's like, well, Trump got very nervous. Listen, he got very nervous. And he was considering pardoning her. It's interesting. I mean, that's from the fucking belly of the beast right there. Like, he is Trump's biographer. That's crazy work, man.
Said, oh, she's a very nice woman. I wish her well.
Oh, Trump. I didn't mean him. Oh, sorry. Did you mean this guy? From CBN News? Oh, okay. Sorry. Fuck you. I thought you were, like, cool, but I guess I don't know this person at all.
As she was, shortly after she was arrested for, and accused of grooming young women.
Yes, but behind the scenes, and this is, as I say, I reported this was a discussion. I mean,
It's so sad that this guy was found dead in his house via suicide, via shot to the back of the head next week.
Everybody around him was kind of like, oh, God, do we want to, we hope. We hope she won't say anything, but we really hope he doesn't pardon her.
It's funny, too, because they got to be careful. Because if they just start offing people that are giving out information on this, love you. If they just start offing people that are giving out information on this, that's going to look suspicious as well. Like, the Trump administration really did not think ahead, as they tend not to. They're just very incompetent when it comes to this shit. As I heard on the Majority Report from Emma Vigilant this morning, who said, what'd she say? She said, Trump voters, you just elected a more incompetent deep state. The Democrats at least were competent, right? Like, at least when it came to protecting corporate interest, they were a competent deep state. They were very piss poor politicians. They were awful when it came to like policy, sure, but they were very competent when it came to their corporate interests and keeping shit under wraps. And Trump is, unfortunately for them, very much not. He is just an idiot. He doesn't know what he's doing. He decided to just go out there and be like, I'm going to release the Epstein files. They're going to love me for this one, without really giving it much thought. He really did just think that people would forget. He thought people would forget. Don't forget also the time that this got Trump voters infuriated. When they... I forget what department it was, released that they posted on Twitter, which they deleted later, but they posted on Twitter about the Epstein files. They were like, here's the Epstein files, and then it was a fucking Rickroll. Like, dude, first of all, old as fuck meme. At least do the stick bug. But secondly, you're talking about mass child rape on a scale unheard of in human history. Like organized mass child rape. Right? Obviously, if you go back to like Viking days, they did some fucked up shit, whatever. I get it. But like organized by like a fucking gang of billionaires, like thugs, like an organized group of horrific demons. Like this that doesn't track, man. They're making they think it's funny. They think it's funny. They literally think it's like they're laughing in the face of their supporters right now. And that's why I'm saying, like, Trump is usually really good at, like, respecting his base. You know? Like, when I say respecting his base, I don't mean, like, giving them shit that'll help them. What I mean is he understands them. And he, like, gives them what they want to hear. But, like, this was a huge fumble on his part. That's why I think he's losing brain cells. You know, I used to have more respect for Trump, at least when it comes to his ability to deliver messages and protect his own self-interest. But he's been dropping the ball lately, man. I don't know. Let's move on. Well, is there anything else here? Here, let's go down a little bit. President Donald Trump weighed pardoning Ghislaine Maxwell for fear that she would spill secrets about his decade-long friendship with convicted child sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. After Maxwell, now 63, was arrested by the FBI in July 2020 for allegedly helping Epstein run a sex trafficking ring, luring and grooming young girls into a web of abuse, Trump grew very wary and began asking, what could she say? What would she say? Author Michael Wolff said on the Daily Beast podcast. Trump and Epstein have been friends since the 1980s. Wolff described them as, quote, two guys joined at the hip for a good 15 years, probably literally in some circumstances, with a very young girl between them. They did everything together, the Trump biographer told host Joanna Coles. And this is from sharing, pursuing women, hunting women, sharing at least one girlfriend for at least like, I just, like... If it were like people that I knew, like quote unquote, like sharing a girlfriend is just like ew, like, that's just grody to me. You're not sharing a girlfriend. You're just like both in a relationship with, like, I don't know. It's just so gross. Yeah, this kind of rich guy relationship with each other's planes. I dare say they kind of loved each other. These were brothers in arms for a long time. Their friendship reportedly unraveled in 2004, however, during a bidding... Listen. The sex trafficking I could forgive. When he outbid me in a Palm Beach waterfront mansion bidding war. That's where I drew the line. There's the two lovebirds. Good shit. Good shit. Moving on, this is from Today O'Clock. Today O'Clock. Metadata shows the FBI's raw Jeffrey Epstein prison video was likely modified. Remember earlier when I said that, like, I wouldn't be surprised if they came out with, like, some AI garbage? Still holds. I still hold to that. But, like, that'd be the smart move, right? That would be what you would do if you actually had two brain cells to rub together. In this case, they actually used, and I shit you not, Adobe Premiere. The same shit that I used to edit my videos when I first started YouTube as a young buck. There is no evidence the footage was deceptively manipulated, but ambiguities around how the video was processed may further fuel conspiracy theories about Epstein's death. I guess... I can't call that irresponsible journalism. Hello, Ash the Transfem. I can't call that irresponsible journalism because I guess they're not technically wrong. But at the same time, it's like, okay, you edited it in fucking Adobe Premiere, brother. The editing, not edit it, you processed it using the editing software that, like, every other YouTuber uses. If they're not using what I currently use, which is, where is it? Fuck, my stomach's hurting again. Oh, fuck. Ah. God, I'm sorry. Apologies, Dubsy. I gotta pause the segment. I will be right back, folks.
For nothing, I can't lose. Sure beats fighting with them foes all the time, but I gotta do it, they always stay out of line. Sometimes I wanna just chill and land, but I'm the protector of the emeralds and gems. Stay knuckled up in a deep cut. I'm seeing skulls that burn, they trying to throw me off. Avoiding my luck, I'm feeling kinda stuck. Don't call me Knuckles, give me a box.
I've come to make an announcement. Shadow the Hedgehog's a bitch-ass motherfucker. He pissed on my fucking wife. That's right. He took his hedgehog fucking quilly dick out and he pissed on my fucking wife. And he said his dick was this big. And I said that's disgusting. So I'm making a call-out post on my Twitter.com. Shadow the Hedgehog, you got a small dick. It's the size of this walnut, except way smaller. And guess what? Here's what my dog looks like. That's right, baby. All points, no quills, no pillows. Look at that, it looks like two balls in a bong. He fucked my wife, so guess what? I'm gonna fuck the earth. That's right, this is what you get. My super laser piss. Except I'm not gonna piss on the earth. I'm gonna go higher. I'm pissing on the moon. How do you like that, Obama? I pissed on the moon, you idiot. Obama is a strong figure to America. I would never say such a thing. No way. I'm gonna log on to my Twitter. I'm gonna drop my newest album, Crackin' Eggs. Crackin' Eggs. I'm taking over the universe. I'm taking over your world. I'm taking everything from you. Give me your phone. I'm taking over Victoria's Secret. I'm taking over Best Buy. The news is mine, and everyone else can leave. You see that planet? I'm taking it now. All points, no quills, no pillows. Look at that, it looks like a fucking walnut. Bam! It is looser than I've been in there. He fucked my wife, so guess what? I'm taking the world by storm. That's why I'm gonna drop my album. Super Crackin' Piss. Except I'm not gonna piss on the earth. I'm gonna go higher. I'm pissing on the moon. How do you like that, you piss baby? I pissed on the moon, you idiot. I'm taking over the universe. I'm taking over your world. Crackin' Eggs. Shut the fuck up. Everybody's fucked my wife. I'm throwing your ass in the garbage. Why is the camera zooming in? I'm throwing all your asses in the garbage. I'm taking your CDs and weed. My super laser. That's it. I'm calling the police. 911. You have 23 hours before the piss drop. Let's hit the fucking earth. Now get out of my fucking sight before I piss on you too.
The story begins with who's gonna win, knowing the danger that lies within. A boy, the arc, a genius at heart, wanting to unlock the mysteries of life. I am the Eggman, that's what I am. I am the Eggman, I got the master plan. I am the Eggman, that's what I am. I am the Eggman, master plan. I'm plotting my schemes wherever I go. They're perfect in every way. I love to destroy the blue and the no. He's an obstacle that always gets in my
Okay, I am back. Good lord, I am so sorry about that. Man, I don't know if that was could be two things. I had a big old bowl of Chipotle last night and this new spicy sauce that they have. But I also had a lot of Grippo's chips. If you guys know Grippo's, very delicious hot chip for white girls such as myself. Could have been one or the other. I am indeed alive. I am sorry to have you worried. Okay. Let's get back to it. Good fucking lord, I am so sorry. Ugh. Just the mere sight of Jeffrey Epstein and Donald Trump and then thinking about the shit that they engaged in was enough to make my body reject the segment. I'm running with that. Where were we at? Metadata shows the FBI raw. Yeah, so it was edited by Adobe Premiere. Oh, come the fuck. I have to subscribe? Okay, I need a new article. God damn it. Thanks, Wired. Okay, well, I can't find the full article. Maybe I can. Hold on. Here we go. From the Latin Times. Experts say it's unclear what was changed and that there's no evidence of deceptive manipulation. The video showing the vicinity of Jeffrey Epstein's prison cell the day before he was found dead was edited even though the Department of Justice described it as, quote, full raw footage, Wired reported on Friday. That's the thing, right? Like, if it's raw footage, okay? Before my footage ever hits YouTube, it goes through an editor, right? Like a video editing program. I believe Dubsy does use Adobe Premiere unless they switched to the free DaVinci Resolve. Tidbit for aspiring but poor YouTubers out there. DaVinci Resolve is completely free. You have everything you need with it to edit videos to your liking. I highly recommend you learn that. It is you don't need like a crack or anything for Sony Vegas like I used to do. Completely free. So they at least should have used Adobe. They at least should have used DaVinci Resolve, right? The free version. Okay. But yeah, my point is, before it ever gets to the editor, it's just sitting as a video file that I recorded. It should have never been passed through Adobe Premiere. Okay? That should not have happened. It should have just been a video file with no data, no info from Adobe Premiere. Nothing. The outlet noted that the video was modified, likely with professional editing tool Adobe Premiere Pro, and appears to have been assembled from at least 2 clips. That's not raw. It was then saved several times, exported, and uploaded to the DOJ's website, the outlet added. Experts told Wired that this doesn't necessarily mean the video was manipulated with deceptive purposes. However, the author noted that it could further fuel the suspicions around the death of the disgraced financier and claims about a client list of his. Whatever your flavor of Epstein conspiracy is, the video will help bolster it, Mike Rothschild, who writes about conspiracy theories, told the outlet. The MAGA world has been abuzz about the issue since the DOJ released a memo announcing that the Trump administration would not be releasing any further documents or evidence connected to the death of Epstein, and that the infamous Epstein list of his alleged high-profile sex trafficking clients does not exist. There is no Epstein list. There is no Epstein list. Okay? It does not exist. There is. Look at the lights. Look at the pretty lights, right? Look at the pretty lights. There is no Epstein list. Repeat after me. Look at the pretty lights. There is no Epstein list. Many MAGA hardliners were quick to point out on social media several campaign trail pledges and promises regarding the Epstein files by members of the administration. Yeah, remember the famous song and dance they did, right? With what's her face? Libs of TikTok lady. She was all over it. Like, she's all about. What's her name again? I can't remember. Some stupid shit. She was all about protecting the kids, especially from the evil trans people, right? The evil transes. Well, sorry, like the transes, even if everything that we said, that they said, I should say, about what, like the horrific things that like the trans activists are doing to children, even if we grant that all is true, it's got nothing on this. Like, it's got nothing on this. So, where's it at? Like, this, we have way more evidence that this shit's happening, more than that Boston Children's Hospital, which had bomb threats called in, thank you, Lives of TikTok, because of the lies that she told about the horrific experiments they were doing on trans kids at Boston Children's Hospital. Thank you again for that. It's got nothing on that. Got nothing on Boston Children's Hospital has nothing on this. I'm just like, this actually happened, and we have way more evidence for it than anything that may have happened or not happened at Boston Children's Hospital. Yeah, Trump himself said he would probably declassify Epstein files if elected. Probably! I said probably! I said probably! I didn't mean it. I didn't mean it. Good shit. So, all of this has resulted in a lot of MAGites, right? MAGA folks, losing faith in their big orange sweaty boy. Not the least of whom, from 2 hours ago, today, Mr. Dan Bongino. And I have his Wikipedia page pulled up because I don't talk about him a lot, and honestly, I've forgotten a lot about him and who he is and what he does. He is the director of the FBI that was appointed by Mr. Donald Trump himself. And even he's a former conservative radio broadcast host, commentator, et cetera, and he currently runs the FBI, okay? He is deputy director of the FBI. So even he is like, nah, fam, I'm out. Fuck this shit, I'm out. Like, he was on the Rush Limbaugh show, he was on Fox News, he was a COVID conspiracy theorist. What else? Political views and statements. So he said that the 2020 election was fake. Was tampered with by the liberals, right? By the deep state. Spygate, conspiracy theory. I don't know what that is. I don't care right now. Strong critic of face masks. Yep. Yeah, so like classic conservative bullshit, right? Like, he was a Trump guy. Trump elected him to one of the highest offices. Fucking deputy director of the FBI, and he's like, nah, fam, this is too much. This is too much even for me, man. Sorry. The Justice Department and FBI's investigation finding no evidence that convicted sex offender and disgraced financier Jeffrey Epstein was murdered or kept a client list caused infighting among parts of President Trump's administration and his supporters. Why it matters. MAGA's fundamentalist distrust of the deep state sparked years of conspiracy theories over Epstein's suicide in prison while facing federal sex trafficking charges, so the investigation's findings blindsided Trump's base. I don't know how. Like, okay, blindsided, sure, I guess, if you're, like, actually blind. Right? Like, to be blind, that's like saying, you know, people have been yelling about the cliff that you've been approaching for the past 12 years, and you just kind of ignored it. Like, for 12 years or more, like, we've been, you know, like, shooting flare signals, putting up signs, warning signs, right? Telling you, hey, man, the cliff's coming. The cliff is coming. Well, I guess blindsided is one word for it. DOJ, FBI conclude Epstein had no client list, died by suicide. Yeah, so we already did that. Catch up quick, blah, 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 blah. The findings represent the first time Trump's administration has officially contradicted conspiracy theories about Epstein's activities and his death. Theories that had been pushed by the FBI's top two officials, Director Kash Patel and Deputy Director Dan Bongino, before Trump appointed them to the Bureau. Patel and Bongino have since moved on from the theory, saying that Epstein killed himself. Interesting. Interesting how things change once you become a cog in the machine. But it has become an article of faith online, especially on the right, that Epstein's crimes also implicated government officials, celebrities, and business leaders, and that someone killed him in a cover-up. I think another thing I want to add to this, just for the record, is like, Donald Trump, right, has a huge ego. He's very smart when it comes to messaging, usually. It used to be, at least. Very smart when it comes to messaging. He framed himself as this outsider, as this guy that was going to drain the swamp, right? That was his whole thing, drain the swamp. And he comes in, becomes a creature of the swamp. Well, he already was one, basically, but he dug himself deeper into it. And now they're like, okay, drain it. And he's like, nervously, like, you know, rubbing hands together, nervous cough. Yeah, about that. Like you dug this hole for yourself, buddy. It was a great messaging game that you ran, a great campaign, but you made promises that you simply can't keep without outing yourself. MAGA is the swamp? No. Sorry, they are but one. They are the more dangerous part of the swamp, certainly. But they are upheld and bolstered by the liberals. The liberals are also part of the swamp. Saying that MAGA is the swamp is completely foregoing, like, very important structural elements that are also in the swamp. Okay, let's not get it twisted. Liberals also did not release this. Don't forget that. Joe Biden also did, which they love saying, by the way, and I'll talk about that in a second. But it is important to note, the Democrats didn't release this either. Joe Biden was president for 4 years. Obama was president for when they arrested him. Right? When was it? When did they arrest him? 2015? I don't remember. I'm pretty sure Obama was president. He could have released the files, and he did not. Okay, the liberals are implicated in this as well. I mean, they love saying, well, you know, if they release the files, there's going to be Bill Clinton on there. Oh, it's one of you, right? The lefties don't want Bill Clinton to get in trouble. And it's like, no, actually, I'm fine if he goes to jail and rots. Yeah, arrest them all. Arrest Joe Biden. Arrest Nancy Pelosi. Arrest all of them, okay? Drain the swamp. Actually drain the swamp. Do it. Do it. I dare you. You won't. Oh no, Bill Clinton's going to jail. Okay, fuck Bill Clinton. I don't even, he wasn't even president in my lifetime. That's a lie. He was president for the first 5 years of my life, I believe. But not anything that I remember. Trump dodges Epstein question. We already went over that. MAGA influencers break with Trump, revive conspiracies. Let's go over this a little bit. Tucker Carlson, Elon Musk, and Steve Bannon, influential Trump allies who have previously sparred, are among those who have accused the administration of a cover-up. MAGA's deep division over Israel have only exacerbated the Epstein backlash, as some influencers revive unproven claims that he was involved with Israeli intelligence. Asked about allegations of Epstein's ties to intelligence, Bondi told reporters on Tuesday, to him being an agent, I have no knowledge about that. We can get back to you on that. So yeah, between Israel and the Epstein shit, we're seeing a real schism here. I was a little bit skeptical about Elon Musk starting his own party, but I think with this schism, he might actually gain some traction with it. He's going to need help. He's going to need to wise up and understand that his Riz game is 0, right? He has put 0 points into Riz. I really can't think of where, he just rolled nat 1s for all of his skill point rolls and was like, yeah, that's fine. We'll run with that. But yeah, his Riz is abysmal. So he's going to need some help. But I do think if he plays it right, fat chance, but he could, right? This could mobilize a serious division in the party, which while that happens, what's happening over on the Democrat side? Yeah, we have a schism going on, but we're talking about breaking off the chunk of the bread that's rotting the rest of us. You know what I mean? The chunk of the bread that's got its moldy roots buried deep into the rest of us, and we're just pulling it off. Don't eat moldy bread even if you pull the moldy part off. You'll still have spores, but you get my point, right? We're actually exposing the rot and coming together as a progressive leftist movement. Just look at Zoran Mamdani. My man Zoran. Love bringing him up every chance I get. I got merch now. Okay? My man Zoran. He proved it. Anyway. I think that's all there is right now. I think that's all she said. Let me check for updates real quick. Epstein news. Do we have any updates? Any breaking news? Dan Bongino stays home from work. Uh-oh. Took a sick day. Dershowitz says he knows Epstein client list names, but well, I was under the impression there was no list. Hold on now. I was under the impression there was no list. Like that shirt? Thank you. So do I. Got a very handsome and well-to-do man on it. But yeah, this is big. Like, listen, we don't get good news very often. This is the good that comes from this. Obviously, there's a huge cover-up going on, and everybody sees it. So the good that we can take from this is that not only are people who voted for Trump seeing the cracks, but so are people in his own administration who maybe had nothing to do with Epstein. They weren't high enough up on the chain to be involved in that. Dan Bongino. I highly doubt that he was implicated in the Epstein files, right? Like, he was a newscaster. He was kind of like me for real, right? He was just a guy, like, he was a conservative, but like, and he's an asshole. Don't get me wrong. Don't get it twisted. But like, a lot of them are serious when they say that, like, we need to expose the rot and, get the child predators out, and Epstein is an undeniably big part of that. So not only are his voters turning on him, but a lot of really influential people are as well. I mean, Elon Musk, Rizless as he is, does have a substantial following and a lot of fucking money. So if he wants to start a new party and base it off of the fact that Trump refuses to release the Epstein files, that's going to really sting for them. Okay? This does a lot to affect their credibility. They're going to try to sweep this under the rug as best they can, but like, the more that, like, every day we're learning more and more about this, it's going to reach a point where they just can't, they can't hide it anymore. Something's going to break. I don't know what, I can't predict the future. It could blow over, I guess. It's totally possible that this is just another nothing ever happens moment, but I don't think so. I'm going to keep my hopes up. Hope that, the people who both voted for Trump and have been advocating for him grow some balls and decide to break from him at the very least. Cause some waves within the right wing and fracture it really badly while we bolster the progressive left, right? So, like I said, shitty part of this, obviously they're covering it up, but what else is new, right? The cool part is that we get to keep learning about how they're covering it up and how that's fucking up their base and fracturing the party. So, stay positive, everybody. We'll keep our eyes on this. For some reason, I'm wondering if there's anyone who actually believes those lies. There's at least a few holdouts. This is already causing fractures. Oh, yeah. Like, I think we've already reached the point of permanent damage. My concern is that it's not going to... Like, there is a small part of me that thinks maybe this won't be enough. Maybe they will still find a way to pull one out of their ass and get away with it at the last minute. You know what I mean? Like, I'm just so tired. Like, what was the other thing that came out? The Panama Files? The Panama Papers? What was that all about again? It was, like, really big. Like, this was supposed to be groundbreaking shit. This was supposed to be ruinous. 11.5 million leaked documents published beginning April 3rd, 2016. At the beginning of Trump's presidency. The papers detail his first presidency. The papers detail financial and attorney-client information for more than 200,000 offshore entities. These documents, some dating back to the 1970s, were created by and taken from the former Panamanian offshore law firm and corporate service provider Mossack Fonseca and compiled with similar links in a searchable database. Contains personal financial information about wealthy individuals and public officials previously private. Their publication made it possible to prosecute Jan Marsalek, a person of interest, to a number of European governments and reveal his links with Russian intelligence and internet. Like, this was a huge deal. And it just, like, kind of went away. Nobody fucking cared. I think the reason, though, that nobody cared is because it's all, like, financial shit. right? It wasn't anything that people didn't know already. Like, of course they're doing this. They're rich bastards. They're billionaires, right? Of course they're engaged in like financial fuckery and secret deals with government officials and shit. Like, yeah, we all done been know that. I think when Epstein happened, you know, and he like, this is after like Epstein was arrested, I believe. But I think when Epstein killed himself, allegedly, when Epstein didn't kill himself is what I meant to say. When Epstein didn't kill himself, everybody was like, oh boy, okay, I see what's happening here. I get it. And because the Epstein shit had to do with actual child exploitation shit, it's just more visceral, right? Like that's unacceptable. You know, protect the children is like the rallying cry of the conservatives. They cannot ignore this. You know, most conservative voters, loathe as I am to give them any sort of credit, most conservative voters do genuinely care about the well-being of children. At least insofar, let me take that back. No, I'll stand on that. I think that most conservative voters do genuinely care about the well-being of children. I think there's a lot of cognitive dissonance that happens between point A and point B. Shit like, yeah, I think children deserve to be fed, of course, but like their parents should be doing it, not the schools, right? And so that's why they don't deserve free meals. And like they're willing to let children starve because they see that as like the parents' failure, right? Whereas like, it's very selfish. It sucks that they think this, don't get me wrong, but like, they don't want to pay tax money to feed other people's children. That's how they see it. The way that they see this, though, is like, no, this is like the most blatantly wrong thing that you can do to a child. Children, plural. As for whether or not there's anyone who actually believes the lies, there's got to be somebody, right? There's got to be somebody. Like I would love to talk to that person. Well, yeah, of course they got double standards. It's an inconsistent, like I said, cognitive dissonance, right? But yeah, there's got to be somebody out there. If there's anybody out there who actually thinks that Jeffrey Epstein killed himself, who actually thinks that Donald Trump, well, no, this is an easier one. Donald Trump not being implicated. That's an easier one to find. But I want to know who believes that Jeffrey Epstein actually killed himself. That's what I want to know. I want to talk to that person. I have things to ask. Not even, I wouldn't even be mean to them. I'd be like dissecting their brain, right? Like in a metaphorical sense. Like, gee, like where are you coming from on this? I need to know, like, why? Why? I'm not even mad. I'm just astounded. Or like people who believe that like there is no list. Even Trump voters don't believe that. I bet I could call up my dad right now, and be like, hey, Dad, do you think there's an Epstein list? And he'd be like, well, yeah, of course there is. I'm kind of tempted to do that now. I don't want... God, that would be so interesting, wouldn't it? You guys have never heard my dad, man. He's something else. I can't do that. I can't do that. I can't do that to that man. I love him too much. He's an asshole, but I love him too much. I can't put him on blast. Obviously I would tell him he's live, but I don't think that he knows what he's talking about enough, and I think that he would really embarrass himself. And I can't do that to the man who raised me. He's a rhetorical danger to himself. Dad, if you ever watch this, I'm sorry. I love you, man, but no. You gotta shut the fuck up, man. So many Twitter notifications. I finally dove back into Twitter yesterday and today a little bit. I gotta stop before it gets too deep. So many idiots. So many idiots on the app formerly known as the Bird app. Trademark. Oh yeah, there's this dumbass I'm arguing with. I decided to dip my toes back into the grocery cart, the cart corral. I got into it with my community way back. Old heads will remember. I think it was last year, actually. You don't have to be that old. It's like mid-tier. Like, if you're backtracking from current Alec Gunter, it'd be like mid to late Alec Gunter. We had the cart corral drama. And I said, if you can't be fucked to walk 50 feet to return your empty cart after traversing the entire goddamn store with it, you are an inferior human. And this dipshit is like, imagine defending corporations so hard. You call people subhuman for not doing free labor. Capitalism didn't just break you. It house-trained you to bootlick for them. To which I replied, do you also consider it free labor to flush the toilet after you shit? How about wiping? Should an employee come in and wipe the poo-poo off your little butthole? You still going on Elon's Nazi app? Yes. That has absolutely nothing to do with multi-billion-dollar corporations cost-cutting labor to maximize profits so they can pay their CEOs millions of more dollars. You keep being a slave for capitalism. I forgot you're a right-winger! That's awesome. That's awesome. That's so funny. I'm a right-winger because I think people should fucking clean up after themselves. Didn't you say elsewhere that you're in your 40s? Your mother should have taught you to clean up after yourself. Believing in that, I don't know. It's just like that's not good. That doesn't hit. That doesn't sting enough. Like, how do I get across? It's been very long since I've been able to join a live. Did I miss anything? The entire Epstein files drama. But yes, no, you did not. Besides that, no. As I said, failed human. That's enough. I can't take this guy's... Like, I can't put more effort into it than that. Such a fucking idiot. I'm sorry, I'm bringing up the drama again. If you honestly think, barring an emergency, Alec Gunter thinks that if you have a heart attack while you're shopping, you leave your cart in the middle of the street while you're being bussed off in an ambulance, that you're an asshole who can't clean up. No! What I'm saying is, if you can carry a cart under normal, because everybody shops in a grocery store these days, everybody, okay? Unless you're some weirdo like what I used to do, who goes to the gas station and just gets like frozen meals and junk food. I did do that for a bit, but if you're not me, you shop at the grocery store with a cart. If you can do that and carry your cart while it is full through various aisles in the store, and then bring your cart all the way back to your car and unload it and empty it, okay? Maybe you don't do it yourself. Maybe you have somebody help you, right? Because you're disabled. Fine. The point is, somehow, some way, you got a cart from its original starting point into the store, filled it up, took it to your car, and unloaded it, and emptied it. Okay? You were able to manage all of that. How the fuck can you not manage to walk 50 goddamn feet and put it back? And just put it back. Just put your shit back where it belongs. Put that thing back where it came from, or so help me. Or so help me. I will crash out. Like actual fucking sweaty anarchist shit. Oh, it's abuse. It's ableism and classism if you tell me to take a shower and wipe my ass. It's fascism if you tell me to go to bed at a reasonable hour and not smoke weed 24 hours a day. You're literally Hitler if you say that I should do something with my life and not, you know, beyond just like dusting the Cheeto crumbs out of my beard that I don't shave every 2 hours. That's emotional labor enough for me for the year. You know, that's enough emotional and physical labor for me. I have to, you know how much that itches when the Cheeto dust gets into my little beard? My little beard? Do you know how much that itches? That sucks. That's emotional labor. I have to deal with the fact that I'm itchy sometimes because I do nothing but sit on my ass and eat Cheetos and smoke weed and watch big titty anime. Don't make me speak up for anarchists. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You know how they say not all men, not all anarchists. I get it. But you know what? Most of it is you. Okay? Most of it is you fucking greasy anarchists. I'm just saying. No, sorry, that's wrong. Let me put it this way. It's not all of you. But when it's somebody, it is you. You know what I mean? Like, it is the anarchists. When it is somebody, it is the anarchists. I understand that actual anarchy as, like, a political outlook does not mean zero structure. It does not mean an unstructured way of life. And certainly not, let alone an unstructured society, right? But, like, an unstructured way of life. Okay? That's not true anarchy. True anarchy simply means the disestablishment of unjust hierarchies. That's all it means. Okay? Freedom to do as you please unless you impede upon the freedom of others. And beyond that, you know, like, you do whatever the fuck you want. That's anarchy. I get it. But some people misinterpret that, okay? Listen, Weeb, I don't watch or like anime. Sorry, video games. League of Legends, there you go. You a League of Legends anarchist or an anime anarchist? God forbid both. Oh no. Then that's you. Then this is you if you're both. God forbid. They're building the camps. Oh, this is another thing. I guess I might as well just go through what I've been posting. Fucking... I can't stand it, man. I hate it. I hate it. If you are on the left in any capacity, like if you consider yourself a liberal, a sock dem, whatever, and you post shit like this, I disown you. I disown you. This is dog vomit. Okay? Fuck off. It's so... Is Bomberman anime? I don't know. It is if you believe hard enough. Dog vomit. Don't do this. Just make your fucking own memes. And also, like, let's say that he did make this. Still liberal garbage. It sucks. Oh, the Trump fat. Ah, Trump fat. Ah, look. Donald Trump fat. Orange man fat. Like, it still sucks even on that merit. But on top of that, it's AI. Fuck you. Fuck you. You're an embarrassment. You're an embarrassment. Reassess your life. Why would you even waste time? The amount of time that it took for you to type in the prompts to make this could have been spent doing anything. You could have learned the basics of crocheting. You know that? You could have learned the basics of crocheting in the amount of time that it took you to generate this fucking garbage, this ass vomit. Okay? I don't even have the words to describe how disgusting and degenerate I find this shit. Alright? I've said it before. This might be the one area where I'm, like, major conservative. You could consider me a conservative on this, I guess. Because, like, I don't like this. This is the shit that we need to stop. This is what's degrading society. Stop this. Like, what's his face? Kyle Kulinski. Love the guy. Great opinions. Post AI shit. And also stole one of my memes, mind you. Just boink, and then posted it. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. I don't care as much about that. What I care... I could forgive that. What I care about is your... you know what? I will do it for free. I will be your meme slave, Kyle Kulinski. I will be your meme slave. Stop generating AI fucking garbage. This is the weapon of the enemy. We do not use it. We do not need it. Stop! Garbage. Patooey. Get it out of my sight. Immediately. To the dungeon with ye. Thank you. I'm so glad that most people hate this guy, because he deserves to be hated. Look at this shit. Look at this shit. You bootlickers really love confusing basic corporate responsibilities with morality. If billion-dollar stores want clean lots, they can hire more workers. I'm not your free janitor just because capitalism tricked you into clapping for carts. This is like some motherfucker who would, like, walk up into a grocery store smelling like ass. And, like, accidentally knocking shit over because he's, like, high or something, right? And when the employees try to kick him out, he's like, it's your job! It's your job to clean up after me! Don't you know I have no responsibilities while I'm on your premises? I have no reason to respect the people here or the air that I'm breathing, right? The fumes that I'm releasing into the air from my pores, from every hole in my fucking stinky body because I don't shower, right? This is a 13-year-old kid or an ANCAP. He's 40! He's literally 40! He says it. He says, look, I'm in my 40s. He's older than me. He was an adult when I was still shitting in diapers. That's insane work. And he still is shitting in diapers, mind you. Probably, right? Because he doesn't clean up after himself. Fuck it. Hey, you know what? It's fascism to use the toilet. It's fascism. You're telling me I have to stand up and waddle all the way to the toilet? Fuck that. I'll shit in my diapers and have mommy clean it. Right? Because if I have to clean it, I don't even have the fucking common decency to clean myself. Because if I have to do it, that's emotional labor. I hire somebody for that. Or my mommy does it for me. Right? Right, buddy? Right? Failed human. Failed man. Patooey. Patooey. Paul, failed man. Not only is it just basic human decency, but it also keeps carts out of parking spaces to put it away yourself. Not even just that. Listen, I could forgive it if it were like just a stationary... So, okay, so there's like two types of people who leave the carts out, both of which are assholes. But one type of person who leaves the cart out at least has the common fucking decency to, like, wedge it up on the curb so that it doesn't move. Right? I can almost forgive that person. You still should have, you took the time to fucking walk it to a curb and lean it back onto the curb. Just put it back in the spot! Just put it, just like, that's, like, it's like a minutia more effort, right? So, like, that's its own beast, sure. But at least, they took the time to make sure that it was stationary and that it wouldn't move. What I have a problem with is, like, the real problem is people who just leave it to blow away in the wind. Which has happened, okay? I have witnessed that shit. And it wasn't from anybody leaving their cart. It was my mom when I was a kid. She had emptied the cart, turned away. It was very windy outside. There was a sudden gust of wind. And this empty cart that she had turned away for, she wasn't being irresponsible. It just kind of fucking happened. And the wind blew this cart into somebody else's car and caused a huge dent. Okay? Now, I don't fucking care about the person's car that much. Like, obviously, if my car were dented, that would suck ass. And my mom was kind enough to leave a note with her number and apologize. And if that happened, and that's what you should do, okay? I've had my car dented by somebody else's door before. Person left their number on my windshield. I called him, told him not to worry about it. I don't give a fuck. Like, I have a huge scratch down the side of it. Anyway, I don't care, okay? My car gets me to and from work. So I don't care. But the bigger problem is, what if that fucker had rolled out into traffic? Okay? What if it was like a busy fucking parking lot and there were people walking all around and it like ran into some kid? It's a danger. It's a hazard. Okay? As unlikely as it may seem to you, it could happen. And you would be directly responsible for that. Directly responsible for that. So fuck you. Look at this. Hell yes, Josh Gill asks, it's pretty embarrassing for you to be middle-aged with a worldview this infantile. I am right now eating lunch in the cafeteria at work. One of the janitorial staff is on the other end working. When I'm finished, should I leave my trash for her to clean up since it's her job? Paul says, hell yes, you should leave the tray. It's her job to clean the cafeteria. Is she gonna come and do your job after her shift? Or is this a one-way street where you do volunteer work for everyone else on behalf of companies? Like, infant brain. Toddler brain. This man never reached past Kohlberg's first moral stage of development. Infant brain. No consequences for my actions, therefore it's fine. Failed human. Anyway, sorry. It's a long-ass rant. We have other stuff to go over. Pause the edgy music.
So it's a
How are carts even an issue? The Europeans have solved the problem already. What do the Europeans do if not cart corrals? I don't understand. What's the difference? This looks like what we do. Like, if you're European, you still have to walk your like, I'm sure there's walkable cities and shit, but like, you still have to walk the cart to your car if you drive a car to the grocery store and then walk it back to the corral. It's not any different, right? I could be right. Like, maybe there's some European magic going on. I've just never heard of it. Okay. Now, we just did a huge Jeffrey Epstein segment. So we're not done with it, though, because Bill O'Reilly, former host of Fox News, this is like before Tucker Carlson type shit, right? You may have heard, fuck it, we're doing it live. We'll do it live, the meme, right? He's that guy. Piece of shit. Hate him to death. And now I'm going to give you guys yet another reason to hate him. Bill O'Reilly decided to crawl out of his hole and talk about the Jeffrey Epstein controversy on his YouTube channel, and apparently on, is it just his YouTube channel? I don't know where he broadcasts anymore. But my understanding is that he has some interesting opinions about it. So let's take a look.
So it's a bad look right now. That's a cliche, I know. But
listen, the whole Jeffrey Epstein thing and Trump being potentially implicated, that's a bad look, Sweaty, but good start.
With Attorney General Bondi saying one thing and then saying another thing about the so-called
God, he's
Epstein
ancient.
files. I don't know what the files are.
I hope his bones ache every fucking morning. I hope that God, look, that's a great still frame. I won't squeeze the life out of this, out of how much I hate him with my rhetoric, but suffice it to say, I hate this man.
I don't know anything about it. But I do know the federal government has information on the man and what the man's activities comprise. They do. FBI has it. And we're not getting that.
You have to insert a coin in order to unlock the cart. Oh, yeah. We do that here, too. The problem is coins don't mean anything anymore in America, so it's worth 25 cents to literally just leave your cart sitting in the lot, and most people don't care.
Now, the Trump administration is transparent. There has not been a modern-day president. I can't think of anybody in the last 100 years.
Huge hands.
Who's been more accessible to the press than Mr. Trump. He's on Air Force One. Every time he...
Making yourself accessible to the press does not mean transparency. All that means is that you're telling the press things. You're talking to them, sure, but if everything you say is bullshit, that's not transparency. That's just you yapping. That's a lot of talking and not much else.
He got a guess. He takes the questions. He's on the tarmac. He's accessible. Comparing him to Biden, you never saw Biden.
What? Okay, dude, when asked, I do agree with that, by the way. Biden did not make himself nearly as available as Trump does. I do agree with his point on that. But when asked, the question about the Epstein files, Donald Trump's response was, why are we still talking about this? That's old news. That's almost verbatim what he said. He's like, why are we still talking? That's not transparency, man. Come on.
He wouldn't answer any question. You couldn't get close to him. Trump every day. So something's not right here. Okay? And
we agree on that.
I don't know what it is. Will I find out? I don't know about that either. I did request an interview with Kash Patel, who turned me down. That's not good. I know Mr. Patel, been very fair to him over the years. Guy flat out turned me down.
Who's Kash Patel again? I'm a very professional political commentator, by the way, and I know these names. Oh, he's the director of the FBI. So then what's the difference between his position and Dan Bongino? Because Dan Bongino's deputy director. Which one's higher up? I don't know. I'm really good at politics, but I promise I'm good at politics, guys. I promise. Is deputy director higher than director? Directors and deputy directors have different responsibilities, but they tend to work closely together. So basically, they're on equal level. They're on equal footing. So the director is the organizational part, and the deputy director is overseeing operations to implement the stuff. The more you know.
Okay.
Never ask, never know.
My obligation to report that to you. And it looks like the federal government is hiding something. But that may not be true.
It seems, okay, don't believe your lying eyes, my friends. All signs point to, yes, the government is in fact hiding something. But have you considered that maybe they're not? I'm just throwing that out there.
So that's where we are. And I don't like that feeling, and you don't either. I'm sure you don't. We want some definition here, right? Now, a bit of a timeline. August 10th, 2019. All right. Epstein found dead in his New York City jail cell.
I'd be willing to bet money that Bill went to the island himself, easy money. I don't know. I don't know enough about Bill O'Reilly to make that assertion.
I believe it's a suicide.
I wouldn't be surprised.
I don't believe the New York City coroner made...
There it is, the one guy we were saying earlier in the stream. This wasn't part of a YouTube segment, but we were saying earlier in the stream, we were like, who's like the one guy, right? Which he's lying, but like, let's be fun with it for a minute. Who's like the one guy that actually believes that Jeffrey Epstein killed himself? Here he is, Bill O'Reilly. He's the one guy. Good stuff.
I believe it's a suicide. I don't believe the New York City coroner made up the fact that the autopsy showed that he expired by...
The New York City coroner valued his skull. He valued his frontal lobe too much to not make shit up. Sorry.
By hanging himself.
Yeah, I believe he actually...
I don't believe that.
You know, was lying, yes.
But millions of people believe that he was murdered to cover up something. That's a conspiracy.
To cover up something. Something... It's anybody's guess as to what this something might be. We're not sure yet. We do have reports coming in that there's maybe this island somewhere, allegedly, and that there are some victims, possibly, perchance, that were taken to the island. You know, we don't know if it was against their will or if they consented, being underage and all that. We don't know if the children consented to being taken to the sex island. I mean, the island in question. But what we do know is that we don't know yet.
Conspiracy theory, and it's in play. Now, I can't prove my point because I didn't do the postmortem examination on Epstein. And the whole autopsy hasn't been released. Most of it has.
Who is this for? Who's this for? This is like the most blatant, like I am literally saying this shit, and I am desperate for literally anybody to believe me. Like anybody, please, I'm begging you. I'm telling the truth. I promise, bro. Please just believe me. Like you're staring at the sky and you know for a fact that you're looking at a blue sky, and he's like, it's red, bro. It's red. Believe me, bro. It's red. It's actually red. If you think about it, I know that it looks blue, but if you really think about it, right? If you like really think we don't know that it's not red, right?
And then Epstein's brother brought in, hired guns, got people who were paid to tell Epstein's brother what he wanted to hear, that, it looks suspicious to me. You know how that game goes, okay?
You know how it goes.
So the conspiracy is underway. Does that mean anything? No. I mean, I wrote Killing Kennedy. You got 10,000 Kennedy conspiracies, and a lot of those people who pushed that made money on it. You want to know what happened to JFK? You read Killing Kennedy. That's what happened to him. Because we were able to get the primary reporting from the FBI.
I mean, we basically know that, like, the CIA murked his ass, right? Like, the conspiracy theories were correct. The government came in and murked him. They said he's doing too much socialism. We have to kill him. He's giving too many rights to the commoners. We must off him. We got to boom him. Yeah, that was correct. The conspiracy theorists were correct on that.
So without any editing or any of that.
That's why, by the way, he's not saying, like, directly what we found out about the JFK files.
Very lucky to get that. Anyway, the chief medical examiner who was involved in the Epstein case, a woman named Dr. Barbara Sampson, and she's an honest woman. I mean, just know, I don't think there's any possibility.
IDK Bill O'Reilly was part of Fox News. He could be lying. I don't know. Fox News is fair and balanced.
That she forged anything here. My opinion.
That
She's
who
an
didn't?
honest woman. You know, I mean, just know, I don't think.
Let's look at that. Let's fact check that, shall we? Dr. Barbara Sampson. The American forensic pathologist who was chief medical examiner of New York City. So she was the coroner, right? There's not much on her. Epstein. Medical examiner dismisses doubts about Epstein autopsy. Yes, again, because she values she values her life. Like, she doesn't want to be boomed. The medical examiner who ruled Jeffrey Epstein's death a suicide immediately pushed back Wednesday against the suggestion by a longtime forensic pathologist hired by Epstein's family that some of the evidence indicates homicide. No. I promise, bro. Please. I do not have snipers aimed on me. And I swear up and down that Epstein killed himself. At least that is the script that I was given. I swear.
There's any possibility that she forged anything here. My opinion.
No possibility whatsoever.
So now what do we do?
We have a motive, dog. We have a clear motive. Can we talk about that for a second? Like, I'm not saying the motive itself is enough to prove anything, but it sure does give us a good fucking indication of why they might have done this. Okay? And it's not hard to convince one fucking person when you have billions of dollars that you can use to murk people at your will and whim. Convince one person, or pay them off. Maybe she was paid off. Who knows? Maybe she had a hot payday. All right? To lie. Yeah, just lie. You really think people would do that? Just go into the Epstein files and lie?
Well, clearly the Trump administration doesn't want to...
He got in trouble for abusing power and sexually assaulting women. It's what got him fired from Fox. I feel like I knew that, and I buried that deep into the recesses of my brain, which has been taken up mostly by crochet shit lately. Yeah, you know what? That tracks. Yeah, he's got fucking sexual abuse allegations against him. Cool. Even Fox thought that was enough to fire him, huh? Yeah. Imagine my shock and awe when a alleged sex offender, which I don't think he was ever legally charged with anything. So alleged sex offender that got him fired from Fox, by the way. That is the reason he was fired. Comes out in defense of other sex offenders. That's crazy, man. That's crazy.
Hold a press conference, and Bondi would have to do that. She could have Patel there, head of the FBI.
The crazy thing is, it would be so much easier for him to just say, yeah, the conspiracy theories are true. Fuck Donald Trump for not releasing the Epstein files. He could just pull a Tucker Carlson. He could. But, like, his feeble brain is like, well, I'm a sex offender, and, you know, we got to stick together on this. You know, sex offenders got to have each other's backs. Except for that time that we killed Epstein. But other than that,
they don't want to do that.
That was a necessary sacrifice. But other than that,
again, it's not a good look. So
not a good look, Sweaty. Not the best look.
Agent knows what they can and can't tell the public.
Look, when you're implicated in massive child sex crimes, that is not a good look, Sweaty. That's going to look bad on the timeline, man.
Unless you're somebody under active criminal investigation, you can't put the name out. That's wrong. You could destroy people's lives. But you can generally...
Good! Since when did we give a shit about destroying the lives of pedophiles? Of like, very credibly alleged pedophiles. Yeah, destroy their lives. All of them. All of them.
Telefolks, me and everybody else, here's what we got. Okay? And here's what the indictment was. This guy was going to get convicted. Evidence overwhelming. And,
Yes!
We've learned X, Y, and Z without giving names. You can do that. It's not hard to do that. Here's a kicker.
He did just say that, like,
this guy was going to get convicted. Evidence is overwhelming.
Yeah, it was, wasn't it? Like, the theory is, I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, that he was going to be given a sweetheart deal in exchange for releasing the names of the people implicated. Right? Like, that was the deal. And he was willing to make that deal. And so before he could, he got boomed. Is it really a conspiracy theory if it's true? It's a conspiracy. A conspiracy is well, I don't know the exact definition, but in the sense that we're using it here, it means the government is engaged in activity that they are hiding from the public and is actively harming the public in some way, right? So that's the conspiracy. I guess it doesn't technically have to harm the public. Like, there's a conspiracy theory that Michelle Obama is actually a man, et cetera, et cetera. But, like, it's shit that the government's trying to hide from you, right? That's a conspiracy. The theory part comes in when you start, the theory of the conspiracy is that Michelle Obama is actually a man in disguise as a woman. The theory part of this is that Jeffrey Epstein did not actually kill himself, even though that's what the government is telling us happened. It technically, right, big air quotes, qualifies as a conspiracy theory. The problem is the connotation of the phrase conspiracy theory. It makes you sound crazy when you believe in conspiracy theories. But this is one conspiracy theory that pretty much everybody universally agrees is true because of the overwhelming evidence that he's saying we have, by the way, that Jeffrey Epstein did, in fact, was going to be convicted, right, for his crimes against who knows how many children, and I believe personally that, and a lot of people do, that he was going to sell people out. He was going to start ratting, okay? He was going to rat. And so they boomed him. It's a very plausible theory.
And, we've learned X, Y, and Z without giving names. You can do that. It's not hard to do that.
Don't give out the names of the child predators.
Merrick Garland should be in this press conference. But
Dad, if you're watching this was your guy, man. This was your guy. I remember growing up, you always had Bill O'Reilly on Fox News. This is him.
I had this info for 4 years. Justice Department.
Something to think about, man.
They didn't do anything. Now, if Trump was...
Sorry, I feel like I'm talking about my dad a lot. Listen, again, I love my dad, but that man's brain is mush sometimes.
Involved or any high-ranking Republican, believe me, that would have been out in a second. New York Times would have had that. Washington Post would have had that in a second. If there were any Republican or conservative people involved with Epstein, boom, that would have been out. Okay? And
but that's such bullshit, man. It's like, dog. Okay, like, I don't know what to say to this. It's like nobody on the left gives a shit if the people implicated are conservatives or liberals. Okay? Or otherwise, if there's a communist on the list, I don't care. Communists can be really shitty people sometimes. They also can do bad things. Throw them in jail and throw away the key. All right? I don't care what their political alignment is. I have no personal attachment to these fucking freaks. All right? And I love this line that, like, oh, well, if there were Republicans on the list, you bet your ass that Joe Biden would have released that shit. And it's like, no, he wouldn't have. Joe Biden has licked the ass of Republicans over and over and over again. How many times does he have to lick your booty holes for you to believe that he's on your side? He always was. Always was. Just like the rest of the fucking liberals.
On the other side, I think the Trump administration probably would have gone after anybody on the liberal side. You got Bill Clinton associated with...
I don't believe that.
With Epstein to some extent.
Trump was also buddies with Bill Clinton.
I mean, they crossed paths. I don't know.
They crossed paths.
None of that ever came out. Just keep that in mind. But Merrick Garland knows as much as Pam Bondi knows. Where's Merrick? Where's him? I don't hear the media screaming about, well, let's bring in Merrick Garland. Or the former FBI chief, what's his name? Escapes me, I'm old. Under Biden.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Get them both together. So anyway, the story's not going to go away.
Good. It shouldn't.
It's going to hurt President Trump.
And if the Democrats have any sort of balls, okay, at all, if the Democrats have any sort of balls left at all, they will be screaming this from the fucking rooftops. Release the files. Release the files. This is a gimme. It's a gimme. Okay? Even MAGA people are turning against Donald Trump and his administration right now because Donald Trump literally ran on releasing the Epstein files. He's a fucking idiot. Please, for the love of God, Democrats, do something good for once in your fucking lives. But yeah, that was Bill O'Reilly. Clearly, he has a lot of insight, valuable insight into this. He knows a lot about this stuff. He's an alleged sex offender himself, so he knows these people's brains, and we should listen to him. You really think people would do that? Just go on the internet and tell lies? People on all sides are being implicated. If one of them falls, they all fall because they'll talk. What's so interesting, though, right, is that, a lot of Republicans, granted, I'll grant them this. I would love to grant them as much credit as possible. As much as I fucking despise a lot of these Republican ghouls, okay? A lot of Republicans are saying, release the files. Like, what the fuck are you doing, Trump? Release the files. Like, voters and pundits alike are being like, what's going on? I thought we were going to release own the libs. We were supposed to own the libs and show that, look, they're doing a pedophile ring. It was supposed to be like the Jews and the libs and shit, right? It was supposed to, because they're fucking Nazis usually. Because they're like George Soros, right? He's on there, right? Come on, release the file. Give us something. Throw something. But it's so interesting still. Because when you see people denying that, the Epstein files exist or that Jeffrey Epstein killed himself, or trying to tell us that Jeffrey Epstein killed himself as, fact. Every time you see that, it's a fucking Republican show. Every time. It's so interesting, isn't it? It's so interesting. Can you watch Ben Shapino's, Piss Morgan's, and Michelle Numskull's recent Superman videos? Possibly. Who's Michelle Numskull? Which one's that? I get the meme, but sometimes it's helpful to just do the name. Yeah, you know what? I kind of want to see the Superman movie before I do that. Michael Knowles? Why did you say Michelle Numskull? How did you think I was going to get Michael Knowles from Michelle Numskull? Possibly, but I kind of want to see the movie first, so I'll think about it. First things first, though. Let's jump right into the next thing on the list. So as many people know, there was some pretty bad flooding in Texas recently. Who could have possibly seen this coming? Well, anybody who lives in the area, as it turns out. From the little that I know about it, There was a floodplain in Texas that flooded more than it was supposed to, because climate change is fake and all that. But for some reason we're just seeing these weird weather patterns kick in that are killing people, or something. So it flooded more than it was supposed to for some unknown reason and killed a lot of people. Right, like 80. I think what's the death toll? It's like over 100, right? Like it killed like 80 kids or some shit. A lot of people. But have no fear. The Republicans, including Charlie Kirk, have answers. Okay, they have answers. Here's what you need to know, according to Charlie Kirk, about the devastation in Texas. I assure you, it has nothing to do with the infrastructure that people had been pounding on and on about for years. That they had to, update their systems of warning, right? Like I said, I don't know much about it. What I do know is that they've known that this was going to be a problem, that shit was going to boil over, and then it did. And Greg Abbott and the rest of the Republicans in Texas decided to do nothing and just let them die, right? Oh, that's another thing I should pull up. I really wanted to go over Greg Abbott's speech because holy shit, is that horrendous. But for right now, Charlie Kirk is going to tell us everything that we need to know about why the flooding happened in Texas, why those people were killed, and were not warned that the flood was coming. I assure you that it has nothing to do with the infrastructure. It has nothing to do with the fact that Donald Trump fired a bunch of people from the weather system. Nothing like that. From the weather warning systems, nothing like that. Okay, remove that from your skulls.
Portfolio's over $250,000.
Here's the real truth.
You are sitting on a ticking time bomb. Markets are
but
all-time
first,
highs, but history shows, you know what comes next. Volatility and increased risk. A 10% allocation to gold and silver can help hedge uncertainty and protect your wealth. Noble Gold Investments makes it easy to hedge your portfolio with institutional-grade gold and silver. Right now, every qualified investment...
Instead of wasting your money on that, you know where you should go? Etsy.com/shop/GunterGrabs, where you can get all kinds of goodies. I just made this little boy today. Here, I'll show you a couple things that I made today for the YouTube video. All right, we got a little Psyduck here. I'm going to be putting up for sale, a scruffy little Psyduck. I do make all of these without patterns. They are all my original creations, except for the first things I made. I think the Jigglypuff has a pattern. I know it's a pattern. I used a pattern for it. But most of the stuff I just kind of make, So I got a scruffy little Psyduck that I'll probably be selling for, what do you think, Dubsy? $40? Is that fair? Okay. I think Dubsy said that's fair. $40. Maybe like 35 for Grandpa Gohan here. The Dragon Ball. The 4-star Dragon Ball will be up for sale as well. These aren't up yet. Hopefully by the time the YouTube video drops, they will be. But I have a bunch of other shit up there, like Whoopers, like Whooper dolls. If you like sorry, not Whooper and not Psyduck. Sorry, this is not Psyduck. This is Duck Monster Friend. For fans of monster collecting games. No relation to any properties that may or may not be Nintendo's. Duck Monster Friend and Axolotl Monster Friends. Lots of monster friends we make. And mystical magical balls that grant wishes. Or your money back. Anyway. Go buy my stuff. Don't waste money on gold.
Will receive a free
Mine's more valuable anyway.
Coin and protect your portfolio today. Visit noblegoldinvestments.com.
You know what's more valuable than gold? Art.
Now let's go to what's going on in Texas. It's a unspeakable, terrible tragedy. What do we need to know?
Charlie looking thinner than usual? Yeah, he's almost got a normal size looking face, doesn't he?
About what's going on in Texas. Walk us through what happened the last couple of days. How did this happen and how can people help?
Yeah, it is an unspeakable tragedy. I was actually on my way home for the 4th of July. It was the first 4th of July I was going to be able to spend with my family in 4 years. I was driving, almost got to Texarkana, and then I got message that that this was happening, turned around, came back down here, and all I can think is, I miss my family.
They don't spoil the movies. It's not about whether or not they spoil the movies. For the YouTubers, somebody asked me to watch the Superman reviews from Ben Shapiro and Michael Knowles. It's not about whether they spoil it. I just want all of the data. You know what I mean? Like, I want to see it for myself.
For 4th of July, but at least I get to go home and see them. Most up-to-date numbers we just got this morning
I'll think about it.
from the sheriff and city administrators. 82 dead, with 55 adults, 27 children, 10 of these children from the Mystic Camp, this Christian summer camp, that are still unaccounted for. And I asked the question, what are we talking? What's the total universe of missing? And I've been asking that the last 3 days, and I have not gotten an answer.
Wait, what was the question?
Universe of missing. And I've been asking that the last 3 days, and I have not gotten an answer. Today they said the same thing. They can't give an answer. I said, well, are we talking dozens?
They don't fucking know anything. Like, they fired all the people, they fired all the knowers of things from the government because they got to cut costs or something to give more money to people above you.
Hundreds, and the response was a lot. So you can read into
lot.
that what
Thanks.
that means. It's not dozens. And so that's where we're at
who
right
the
now.
fuck knows?
This was a catastrophic weather event. I also followed up the question.
How many toddlers are missing? I don't know. Probably like a lot of them. Yeah,
not
sure.
to get in
That's
the
fine.
weeds on geoengineering and the rest of it, but there's no question about it. Texas, a lot of these dry areas have been using cloud seeding for years to help the farmers in these areas. Last year was one of the driest years on record. In fact, the river actually stopped running last year, and so they've been using it. And I just asked the question, is there, as the mainstream media is going after this, trying to pin this on President Trump, I think it's legitimate. That's not legitimate.
Not just Trump, like Abbott. Yeah.
But what's legitimate is to say, are there other factors that...
It's not, don't blame the people in power for this. Do not blame the people that could have prevented this. You know who you should blame, though? Let's find out.
Played into this. The fact that this storm came and stopped, basically parked over Texas for hours and hours and hours, and instead of jumping 4 inches to 6 inches of rain, it dumped over 15 in some locations.
If only we had people who could predict the weather. Imagine some kind of magical thing that humanity could perhaps do to predict weather patterns. I can't think of anything personally.
That's where we're at right now.
But if we did have them, Donald Trump would not have fired them.
Tragedy. These kids should have. Hopefully, you think back and you think, man, we should have gotten them out of there. But coming from Arkansas, watching these weather patterns come up, you see this all the time. Flood warning.
Yeah, it happens. Shit happens, man. It happens.
To give you perspective, you can see the broken down truck behind me. If I turn the camera, you can see the river in the distance there.
You know when I say Republicans are a cancer, this is what I mean. They literally kill people. This is a direct result of Republican administrative error. Not even error. That's giving them too much credit. This is malicious behavior. I would classify this at least as like second-degree murder, like second-degree mass murder. Okay, and that's if I'm being generous. They fucking knew. They knew that this shit would happen, and they still did nothing. Greg Abbott and Donald Trump both, and every other fucking Republican in that administration responsible for this dog water, this garbage, okay? Disgusting freaks. Children are dead because of you. Protect the children, my fucking ass. Stick it up there, okay?
Standing
Jesus Christ.
15 feet underwater where this flood was. The bridge back behind me there, the water went all the way up to the top of that bridge. So the amount of water we're talking about is really unimaginable, and it's something that doesn't happen. So anybody out there saying, well, you should have known, you should have done, we could talk about all that stuff after the fact. We definitely need to look at that. Should we have
Let's not point the
flood
finger
sirens
here.
like we have tornado sirens? Definitely worth talking about. But right now the entire focus is on finding those 10 missing girls and the rest of the missing.
Let's not politicize this, guys. You know how every time there's a school shooter, we say that the school shooter was trans, and then it turns out the school shooter was actually a white supremacist that put, a few right-wing influencers in their manifesto. I know that we like to politicize things in the other direction when it suits our narrative, even when it's a complete and flagrant lie. But let's not politicize this. We need to come together. You understand? This is now a time for healing and prayers and coming together as a community, as right and left. You can't fly without both wings, you see. It's funny how the Republicans suddenly become these peacemakers, these meet in the middle type, motherfuckers who just want to solve the problem. Rub your hands together, put some dirt on it, patooey, right? Spit on it and just grit and spit and wit and get out there and solve this fucking problem. Now you want to solve the problem. See, this is the problem, is reactionary sentiment, right? They don't want to pour any money into infrastructure. They don't want to pay any money to meteorologists who could have prevented this, to warning systems that could have prevented this. They knew this was a fucking floodplain, dog. Okay? They knew. And they did nothing. Shove it where I messed it up.
Now
Forget
presumed, moving from that.
You can't stutter
to
when you're
recovery.
insulting people.
We're in that phase now, 72 hours. Very few rescues will happen. We keep praying, though, and that's my message to everyone. Your final question, how can people help? There is a community.
Let's be positive.
Hill Country Community Foundation that's set up. I would ask you guys, don't give your money to Red Cross. Give your money local to the local community. They know how best to spend it, and it's the community.
And certainly don't ask any questions about FEMA. Okay, don't ask about FEMA funding. Okay, listen. It's time to donate to local communities and not worry about what happened to FEMA. FEMA is a myth. They don't exist. Don't ask about it.
Foundation of the Hill Country. You can go on the City of Kerrville's Facebook page. You can get all the details there. That's where I would ask you to send the money, send your donations. Don't come here. Don't try to do your own investigations, do your own recovery efforts. Don't
Wait,
do that.
what?
Let these guys do it.
Don't try. That's suspicious. Listen, I'm not. Maybe I'm reading too far into it, but he's like, listen, don't look into this. Okay, don't Google it. Don't come here and investigate it yourself. Journalists, stay out. Stay out. I'm looking at you. Okay. Do not try to read into this too much. This was just a freak accident, okay? It's nobody's fault, I swear.
It is being handled. President Trump, Kristi Noem, Governor Abbott, down
being
to the
handled.
local. These guys, I've never seen an
Now that the children are dead, it is being handled.
operation so efficient and so good. So keep them in your prayers. Keep the family in your.
Here's the question. Why doesn't Jesus Christ just revive them? Sorry to be like Reddit atheist here for a minute, but like, why doesn't your God just revive them? Why did your God kill them in the first place? Might I ask? What good did prayers do us? I'm sure many of those families went to church every Sunday and still their kids got killed and maybe they're still missing or injured. You know? Where's your God?
Prayers, and if you want to contribute, do it to the local communities.
Shove your prayers
really
up
quick,
your fucking
1 minute
asshole.
remaining, though, Ben. People are blaming President Trump for this.
Here we go.
What is your response to that?
Here we go.
Yeah, it's absolute
Tisk, tisk.
nonsense.
Tisk,
I watched
tisk.
East Palestine. I watched North Carolina and Tennessee, the dismal failures of the
But
last...
remember Biden? Remember when Biden failed? Remember when Biden didn't do enough? Hey, Biden, let's think about Biden for a second. What about Biden, guys? What about Biden? What about Joe Biden? What about Joe Biden?
Administration, when they were wasting all of our money, trillions of our dollars on things, on garbage.
This is just hypocrite shit. Like, you are more than happy. This is what I was saying. When East Palestine happened, the train, I think it was a train crash, right? That like released a bunch of toxic fumes into the air. And I literally lived in an area with like air pollution warnings. Like, when that happened, they were gnawing at the bit to be like, this is Joe Biden's fault. And maybe it was. I don't know the specifics. I'm more than willing to blame Joe Biden for that. That's not what I'm saying. What I am saying is that this is unequivocally and unquestionably Donald Trump and the Republicans' fault. You cannot even argue against that. Like, it's impossible. This was preventable. Okay? People died because of your administration, and you are defending them. You are defending murderers. You are running defense for murderers.
What President Trump is he is a businessman. He's an efficient businessman. Everything he does, the decisions he makes are strategic to making decisions that help our country. Everyone from the top down.
Hold on. Let's break down that sentence for a second here.
What President Trump is he is a businessman.
What President Trump is he is a businessman. Listen to this next sentence.
Efficient businessman. Everything he does, the decisions he makes are strategic to making decisions that help our country.
Everything he does, the decisions he makes are strategic to making decisions that help our country. Well spoken, my friend.
Everyone from the top down has said all of that is absolute nonsense. The reaction, the response we're seeing here is the best response I've ever seen. Again, having covered all those other disasters.
Stay positive,
from the local,
folks.
the state, and the federal level.
Let's get
this
to
is
it.
by far the best response I've ever.
Let's get down to it. Let's get down to it and fix this thing, okay? Yeah, children are dead. Sure. But
seen. Anyone saying otherwise is a liar.
Ben Berquam, God bless you. I hope you get home to your family.
What do we do about these people? What do we do about like this rot, this festering cancer? I know I keep saying it. I'm so sorry. I know it's getting old. Cancer. They're cancer. They are cancer. It's a rot. It's a rot. Like, what do you even do, man? Like they're killing people. You are just killing people. Like what? And then denying it, and you're acting like, oh, this was just not preventable. This, you like throw your hands up. Sorry, I know your kid's dead. My bad. Like, what if this was your fucking kid? Think about it. You at home. You. Look at it. Yeah, Karen. Bill. Sky. Probably an NB too. There's a popular NB name, Sky. I know you're watching this. All 50 of you. But like, think about it. What if this was like your kid or your friend or your mom that was caught in this? Like, think about this for like 2 seconds. I would break. I think I would break. Like, the things that I would do following that are not acceptable for me to say on air. They'd get me arrested. Like, I can't fathom. Like, it's just disgusting isn't even doing it justice. These people are sick. They're sick. They're disgusting. They're animals. They're subhuman. They're just fine with this. They're fine with this. They're like, listen, we can't politicize this, guys. Even though they politicize every fucking thing that happens when they can somehow, some way, point the finger at a Democrat or a leftist. Okay? Like, I don't feel like I'm exaggerating at all, mind you. Okay? Like, just gross. Just gross. I don't have anything more to add. These disgusting cretins don't even deserve they don't deserve the oxygen the rest of us breathe. Okay? The oxygen that they deprive those fucking children of. Because they drowned to death. Thanks to you. Disgusting. Who doesn't hate their own kids? That's kind of weird to say. That's a weird thing to say. Most people are too stupid to have kids. That's why I'm pro-abortion. More people would be fit to be parents if we had better infrastructure set up for parents and you know, we actually educated people properly in this country. But fuck me, I guess, you know, I'm just throwing some ideas out there. Ugh. I want to go over Greg Abbott's speech, because holy shit. Yeah. Here's the good shit. So we did just do a segment on the flooding in Texas. In case you don't know about it, I am just starting a new YouTube video. In case you didn't catch the last one, over 80 people are dead, many of them children. Many more are missing. And it's all this is just a synopsis. It's all the Republicans' fault. It is all the Republicans' fault. Okay? Don't believe me? Do your own research. It is their fault. Period. End of story. But don't worry. Greg Abbott has come with a bucket full of thoughts and prayers for us. And as I said in the last segment, you know, grit and wit and spit and shit and all that good shit, right? Like, it just, yeah, I've heard some of this. It's disgusting. This is his response. This is his response to dead children. This is the party of family values and protecting children, mind you. This is them. Here we go.
Those who are missing.
Let's see what, sorry, I know I keep pausing, but let's just see what the response is to, need I remind you, dead children that you, Mr. Abbott, could have prevented. Let's see what you got.
I also have some updated numbers on those who are missing. First, from Camp Mystic. My information is those who are missing is down to now 5 campers and 1 counselor. 5 campers and 1 counselor missing. In addition to that, there is another child not associated with the camp who is missing. So for Kirk County, that would be a total of 7 who are missing. In other parts of the state, there are 12 who are missing. I have a new number, however. So one thing we've been reaching out to the public about is to get better information about those who were...
Is the number how many years you have left before you keel over? That's the number I want to know.
Were not registered at a camp. Those who were not registered at a hotel. Those who may have been down here who no one really had any accounting of. And through law enforcement agencies working together, they provided me this number. Just in the Kerr County area alone, there are...
This isn't what I was looking for. Hold on. Let me find what I was looking for. That's it.
I want to thank everybody for being with us here today. We're in Austin today as opposed to Kerrville because of...
Let me see if I can just find a briefer version of this, because it's like 30 minutes. Was it really that short? I thought it was longer. Here we go.
You asked.
Okay, I got it.
You ask, and I'm going to use your words. Who's to blame? Know this. That's the word choice of losers. Let me explain one thing about Texas. And that is, Texas, every square inch of our state, cares about football. You could be in Hunt, Texas. Hunt.
Okay, great start. Listen, I know that we're talking about, like, children dying. Need I remind you? I know I've said it many times, but... Yeah, okay, football. Okay. Like, this motherfucker should be falling out of his goddamn chair and bowing for a fucking apology, dude. You should be groveling. Groveling. You should be eating the fucking dirt right now.
Texas,
That's what you should be doing.
Houston, Texas, any size community, they care about football. High school, Friday Night Lights, college football, or pro. And know this, every football team makes mistakes. The losing teams are the ones that try to point out who's to blame. The championship teams...
I've already heard this. Okay, I'm not going to pretend like I haven't, but just hearing it fresh again in my head is like giving me cancer.
Are the ones that say, don't worry about it, man, we got this. We're going to make sure that we go score again, that we're going to win this game.
Don't worry, man. I know that your kid's dead, right? I know your kid's dead, but don't worry. We got this. Listen, we're all trying to find the guy who did this.
The way winners talk is not to point fingers. They talk about solutions. What Texas is all about is solutions.
I hate him.
In fact,
I hate him.
I want to read you something that
there's so many TOS violations flooding my brain.
That's worth emphasizing to put this in context.
Fuck you.
Tragedy has come.
Literally reading a script from your fucking iPhone. Get the fuck out of here, you filthy creature. You disgusting, abhorrent freak. You subhuman prick. I hate these people with such a burning raging passion. I repeat from my last segment, if it had been my kid or somebody that I was close, or God forbid, like my wife, you know, I'd lose it. I'd lose it. I'd be in federal prison.
That part is done. What we do now, who we are now, that's what the story is still being written. Let it be one of grace, of grit, of fierce love
I hate
in
you.
the face of grief.
Dude. Do you think he used ChatGPT? What's the under over? Here. I don't like using ChatGPT, but just this once I'll make an exception. Just this once I'll make an exception. Write me a speech following the Texas floods and protect. Yeah, no, I gotta stick to my principles. I have to stick to my principles. I'm so tempted. I'm so tempted. But as soon as I started doing it, I felt disgusting. I can't.
To be the kind of story that proves that the hill country may flood, but it does not fail. Say what you will about Texas, but when the rivers rise, so do we. Not with blame, not with bitterness.
I can't. He sounds like a fucking liberal, man. He sounds like you're lived up. Winners use critical thinking to understand why they win, otherwise they're nothing more. Don't even feed the fucking... It's not worth feeding the metaphor. Don't feed into the metaphor. It's a disgusting, cowardly, spineless, worm-like metaphor that only a loser like fucking Abbott would use. Okay? Disgusting. You cannot even compare. You can't. You know what happens when a football team loses? I can tell you it doesn't. Children don't die. Okay? You know what happens when you fire a bunch of people part of the weather service, weather emergency services, and don't update your infrastructure or your emergency planning, and instead give all that money to billionaires? You know what happens? Children die. You killed children, Mr. Abbott. I'm fine saying that. You are responsible for the deaths of those people and the suffering of their families. I can't imagine. I can't imagine. It makes me want to fucking spit, man. To say the least.
But with boots on the ground, arms around strangers.
We gotta come together, guys. Listen.
That's the Texas I know. And that's the America.
Listen. We gotta come together, guys. We gotta come together. I guarantee you, if they could find one black woman, if they could find a singular black woman to pin the blame on, they would. Instantly. They'd bite like goddamn animals. Animals. But they know that they fucked up, and they know that everybody sees that they fucked up, and they cannot throw the blame onto somebody else. They can't do it this time. They can't. But you bet your ass if they could, they would. Because they do it every fucking time. You just saw it. If you watched the last segment, you just saw Charlie Kirk do it. Okay? And his ilk. What'd they do? They brought up the Palestine train wreck in Ohio. The East Palestine. Remember that? And they said it was Joe Biden's fault. Remember that? Remember, guys? Remember Joe Biden and the shit that he did? Remember? Yeah, Joe Biden fucked up a lot, okay? I don't care. He's not president right now. Okay? He's close to death. We're all better off for it, mind you. I hate that guy. Like, you say this as though I give a shit. Okay? What about Trump? Let's talk about the current president and the shit that he could have done to make sure that these children didn't die. Again, I must stress, these are the people that, like, play at, like, protecting children. Freaks.
That I believe in. What this person wrote is what I know is true for all Texans and what we will achieve every single day.
I almost would have respected it more if they had just said this is because of DEI. I'll be real. I would have respected it more. At least then, you're not playing at, like, this cowardly, limp dick, fucking spineless, we come together narrative. Like, acting like a fucking liberal. Okay? If there's one thing that I hate the liberals more for than Republicans, is their rhetoric. Their rhetoric is dog water. It's ass. I hate liberal rhetoric so much. It's so slimy and condescending and disgusting. you know, like the film that like old candy leaves in your mouth, like candy from like that's been sitting in your grandparents' pot, their little clay pot for like 50 years, and you just decide, fuck it, why not? I'm feeling some sugar, and then you like take a little lick of it, and it like leaves that disgusting film. It's like overly sweet, you know, because it's like packed with sugar, just pure raw sugar, and it leaves that disgusting film. Like that's what I'm getting right here. But it's not from a liberal. At least, sorry, there's a fly in my cup. At least when the liberals do it, like, you know, no, the liberals have used it just like Greg Abbott's using it right now. But I hate Greg Abbott even more because he's a conservative. When you mix conservative policy with liberal rhetoric, it's just so, like, they're not even the same species anymore, man. Like I said, Greg Abbott should have fallen out of his goddamn chair and groveled. He should have ate dirt and said, I am so sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for the loss of your family. I'm sorry for the loss of those poor fucking kids who didn't deserve to drown to death. I'm sorry for not preempting this like I should have, like everybody was telling me that I should have. I'm sorry for being involved in an administration that fired a bunch of weather forecasters and experts who could have helped prevent this. I am so fucking sorry, and I will never sleep another day in my life because of this. That's what I would do. But I'm not Greg Abbott. So if I were governor, I would just have prevented it, and those kids would still be alive. But that's just me, personally, because I'm human, and I still care about, like, my fellow American, unlike Greg Abbott and his ilk, and Donald Trump, who, I stress again, I have to question if they're even human. Just disgusting. I don't know what to say. I'm at a loss, man. I'm at a loss. Abbott is not a winner nor lucky. Yeah, he is. He's a winner. He didn't die that day. Right? You know who the losers are? The kids who died. They're the real losers in all this. And their families. I would say they lost quite a bit. I always forget there's One Piece spoilers on my front page. In the general chat in my Discord server, get a load of this. Soundbite. Legendary Big Burp.m4a. I'll allow it because that's more of a contribution than Greg Abbott has ever given to Texas. The Ben and Pierce videos came out before the movie? Oh, okay, well, maybe. Maybe. I do need to get off of, like, current events. It's wearing me out. Let me see what I got stocked up in the playlist and see what people have suggested on the Discord server. Do I want to get into the ContraPoint shit? No. No. I feel like enough people are covering that. I don't feel like it. What's this?
More smarter than me?
White nationalists shocked at being attacked after asking racist questions to black people. That could be fun. I love it when racists get attacked. Funny. God, this guy, just look at him, dude. You may not like it, but this is what peak masculinity looks like. This is what peak performance looks like right here. The 1,000-yard stare. He thinks he's so smart. He thinks he's so smart. Maybe I should put him in his place. What do you guys think? I love putting dipshits like this in their place. Smarmy little limp dick freaks who go out on the street and try to get owns on black people. We'll throw it on the list. Why is his face bald? It's a good question. It's a deformity known as pussy face. You know, I don't mean to be ableist, but it is a sad condition. The sign of low T. It's an unfortunate condition that is a sign of low T. He only has 9.75k subscribers. This whole, like, street interviewer grift is getting more popular, I've noticed. Like, a lot of people are starting to pick this up. Herpes? I mean, I technically have herpes. Like, 70% of people do. I don't know. I'll think about it. Let me take a quick break, go pee real quick, and we'll decide what we do after that.
They're eating the dog. They're eating the dog. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there.
And this is what's happening in our country, and it's a shame. As far as rallies are concerned, as far as the reason they go is they like what I say. They want to bring our country back.
Thank you, President Xi. Thank you, President Xi. Thank you, President Xi. Thank you, exclamation point, for what he did during COVID. Look at his tweet. Thank you, President Xi, exclamation point.
When we know that she was responsible for lacking and not giving us transparency about the origins of COVID.
President Donald Trump was fired by 81 million people.
And you know what? I'll give you a little secret. He hates her. He can't stand her. They're eating the dog. They're eating the dog. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets. They're eating
President Xi.
They're eating
President Xi.
They're eating
President Xi.
They're eating
exclamation point.
The dog, 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 the cats, 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 the dog, 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 the cats, 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 the dog.
I'm back. I apologize for my extended absence. I know I brought up my father earlier. My father, wow, I was right. Well, no, you weren't, because I was not busting nuts. I was talking to my father on the phone. about politics. Who's, you know, who would have guessed? Old man gets a little tipsy and then he wants to talk about the state of the world and pretend I'm the problem. Anyway, you guys have been listening to this shit long enough. Let's do a seggy. Let's get some juice in your system, shall we? What'd he say? Well, we talked about my honeymoon, which went into the state of the Dominican Republic, which then went into capitalism and why capitalism is rad and cool and awesome, and the Dominican Republic is socialist. And I told him that he's living in the Matrix and feeding off of everything that Fox News tells him. And I love him, but, you know, he's just confused. I don't think that he hates people. I just think he has a lot of cognitive dissonance and he's a confused old man. And that's basically what the conversation was the entire time. I also brought up the Epstein files. I sent 2 videos. Okay. I suppose since you've waited this long, I at least owe you the courtesy of looking at them and considering them for content. Let's take a look.
Now.
Yes, the Superman. You know what? That's fine. I think this is low effort enough.
Superman's actually
I will go with... I'm more interested in what Ben Shapiro has to say, and it's also a shorter video, so we will go with that.
Now, in much...
All right, Superman is going woke. Again, I think. Like, didn't he go woke like 5 times before? Like, there was the one time that he was gay or something, or his son... Like, I don't... Like... He's a fucking illegal immigrant. Like, that's the whole... Like, he literally dropped in as an alien. Like, a literal, like, extraterrestrial alien. Into the middle of, what was it, Kansas? Like he literally just... You want to talk about an anchor baby? Like, he dropped, like, a fucking anchor into the middle of the United Goddamn States. He's not even technically a citizen. But they just never addressed that. But now it's going woke. So I don't know anything about the Superman. I haven't watched the trailer. This came out before the movie dropped, so Ben Shapiro has not seen it yet. But I guess he has a lot of thoughts about the trailer. The like to dislike ratio. Oh yeah, it is a bit wide there, isn't it? Like, it's still more likes than dislikes, but my goodness, it is not looking too hot, I must say. I have seen better days for the like to dislike ratio bar. All right. Let's find out why Superman woke this time.
Now,
is he trans?
Much lighter news. I just wanted to comment.
Is he a black woman? What's going on?
On the fact Superman is coming out this week. So, of course, this is much lighter news. Superman, the new movie from James Gunn. I've been a little skeptical of it because I think that James Gunn, he's fine for Guardians of the Galaxy, but Superman is a more serious property. The reason that it's relevant politically is...
Wait. I don't know if Superman is, like, more serious. Like, they're both Superman, like, superhero movies. I don't know, like, I guess you could make a fair case, but, like, Guardians of the Galaxy, while comedic in nature, has a lot of serious moments. I don't know. I just feel like that's, you know, reducing it quite a bit.
Because when we talk about the left and the left in the media, and then we talk about the left in Hollywood, the level of out-of-touchness with the everyday American is truly insane, truly crazy. So James Gunn did an interview with the Times of London, and he was talking about the themes in Superman. And he explained...
I think that's also reducing it, though. There are plenty of people in Hollywood that make beautiful content, you know, like beautiful movies. There is certainly a level of disconnect that a lot of these producers have. But, like, there's a lot of artistry still there and a lot of people who are still connected with their humanity and can make good pieces of art. I'm trying to think of a recent good movie. Like a good... Man, it's been a minute since I've actually been to the movie. You know what? I'll just embarrass myself. Never mind.
The superhero epic encompasses the story of America. He said, I mean, Superman is the story of America, an immigrant that came from other places and populated the country. But for me, it is mostly a story that's as basic human kindness as...
I knew it. It was the immigrant shit. But, like, that's the story. He's literally... It doesn't get further away from America than off of the planet. Like... Yes, he is literally an immigrant. If ever we find an intelligent species like us, like let's say just for like fat chance, but like let's say that we find Krypton, right? Let's just say Krypton's real. Okay, Krypton, it exists now, right? And some parents from Krypton, like some evil guy blows up their planet or whatever the fuck happens. I don't know the plot, except that Superman gets drop shipped here by his parents. If that happened, if conservatives had it their way, we would immediately jail that baby. Like we would, or execute the baby for being an illegal immigrant. Like that's what they would do. Literally, or like try to track down. We would spend like billions of dollars on space exploration to track down their disgusting parents who dare try to save their baby and give him a better future by sending him away from the dangerous state of their home planet, right? Like Christ Almighty, yeah, it's 1-to-1. Intelligent species like us. Listen, I'm exaggerating. Only select members of us are that intelligent.
Value, and is something that we have lost.
I
So
get it,
he's now
but
trying to
for all
make
intents and
the case
purposes.
effectively, that Superman is kind of an illegal immigrant. Gunn acknowledged the movie's themes may be interpreted differently across political groups, especially considering the nationwide unrest around immigration. However, Gunn stands by the ideals embedded in Superman and added he doesn't care if anyone takes offense. Yes, it plays differently, but it's about human kindness. And obviously, there will be jerks out there who are just not kind and will take it as offensive just because it is about kindness. But screw them. And then he says, yes, it's about politics.
Is kindness woke now? I thought we learned that in kindergarten. What's next? Is 2 + 2 = 4 woke? Because what if it doesn't? Do your own research, Sweat. Like, how far are we going to take this? Like, what about sharing? Is sharing... No, they've actually made this case. Like, sharing is caring is, like, woke now. There were posters that were hanging... in schools that like the government in the state forced them to, it was like in Mississippi or some shit where the government forced them to take it down, and all it said was like inclusiveness or some shit. Like I don't remember the details, but trust me on this. You should trust everything that I say is what I'm trying to say, and that definitely happened in exactly the way that I said it happened.
But on another level, it's about
it's all
morality.
woke now.
I do not understand the necessity.
Krypton blew up because their government ignored Superman's scientist parents about climate change. It's even better. I oversimplified the shit out of it. But like even the Superman comic, the superhero comic, they took a real fucking problem that our planet is currently experiencing, mind you, and showed that like, yeah, this is the result of that. Now we have to drop our child into foreign land in hopes that he will grow up having a better life because our government fucked us. Like, it's so funny when they try to tell us, like, Star Wars, not political. No. Definitely not political. No. Like, dog, did we watch the same movie? Like, it's literally called Star Wars. Wars. Do you think wars are non-political? Come on, brother.
For all of these Hollywood folks to undercut the pitch of their own film before it even comes out. It's insane. It's totally insane. By the way, David Corenswet did the exact same thing. Corenswet refused to say truth.
I am drinking just a tiny bit tonight. I do want to be more transparent about that. Not too much,
Justice and the American way in a recent interview. Instead, he said truth, justice, and all that good stuff. Because he doesn't want to say the American way. The reality that Hollywood is so far to the left that they cannot take a core piece of Americana and just say it's about America. This has been a problem since basically after the original Christopher Reeve series. Every single iteration of Superman that's been made since then has avoided truth, justice, and the American way. Because they just refuse to acknowledge the American way is good. That the American way is in fact unique. And this lies at the root of a leftist worldview. That leftist worldview is astonishingly anti-American. It really is. This hardcore left worldview that says that America is somehow uniquely bad. So if there's...
It's not anti-American to be a fucking leftist, man. Like, we're more patriotic than you motherfuckers. We believe in freedom of speech. As opposed to Ben Shapiro, who cheered on, what's his face? A bunch... I could name several people, actually, that were just picked up by masked officers because they were, like, pro-Palestine once. Who's that guy who missed the birth of his child? The birth of his fucking child, man. Because he decided he didn't like... Mahmoud Khalil, thank you. Because he decided that genocide's bad. And he said, hey, maybe we shouldn't do that. Maybe Israel shouldn't do that. He said, hey... He was like, hey, maybe Israel is engaging in some bad activity right now, and our government was like, no free speech for you. You fucking shit on the flag rhetorically. Like ideologically, you hate this country. You hate it here. Maybe you should move. Maybe you should be deported, Ben Shapiro.
It's a comic book
Go
character.
live in Israel. Like, I don't understand this. Why doesn't he go live in Israel? I don't understand. Like, if Israel's so great, go live there, man. You move.
This hardcore left worldview that says that America is somehow uniquely bad. So if there is a comic book character who is built on the goodness of America, which is what Superman really is about. If Superman is an immigration story, for those
Superman was never about the goodness of America. Like, he was if I recall correctly, and correct me if I'm wrong, sure. But if I understand correctly, here's my understanding of Superman. I'll just give it to you straight, what I think of him. I think that he was written by, obviously, a comic artist who wanted to make some statements about politics while also showing off the cool man in underwear that he wears on the outside of his tights, who can lift a lot of heavy weight and fly around and beat up evil people, right? Like, that's Superman in a nutshell. But like, and then he was kind of propagandized as like this all-American good boy, right? Like kind of the same as Captain America, right? But it was never like the series was never just about being pro-America. It was about the core of the series of the Superman comics is a man who struggles with having the power to do anything, but needing to control it and put his own checks and balances on it. You know, like that's really what it's about. It was never about the goodness of America and how, how great our country is. That's silly. That's baby brain.
Not familiar with the origin
bought the
story
propaganda.
of Superman, who comes from the planet Krypton and then lands in America and then is brought up in a Midwestern household on a farm.
Also, he's literally an immigrant. Like, if Superman ran for president, he legally would not be allowed to run. He wouldn't even be allowed to run for fucking president. He wasn't born here.
By his adoptive parents and
What do you mean it's about America?
American values, and then goes to Metropolis and brings his sort of country values to the big city where crime is rife and where everybody is too cynical and sophisticated. And the whole point of Superman is that he's bringing these kind of classic American values to the big city. It's a
one of the main villains of Superman. Even I know this. It's Lex Luthor. Lex Luthor was not some like off the street drug lord who like did nasty crimes behind closed doors. Like, no, he was like a rich billionaire. He was like Elon Musk, but actually smart and competent. he was the rich asshole that Superman fought. Like, you could read a lot into that just from that premise alone. That capitalism is fucked up. That a person that evil should not get that much power, have that much access to technology that it can use to fucking destroy the planet. Right? Like, the main villain in Superman is a fucking billionaire. Hello? He was an oligarch. I don't know Superman that well, but I know that much.
riff on how New York kind of sucks in many ways, actually. Superman, the original, is very much about how the values of America are farm-bred and farm-born. Right? His moral center, his moral compass.
Like you, Ben Shapiro, you were farm-bred and farm-born. Farm boy Ben Shapiro, who is famous for his image of buying a single wooden board from Home Depot and then bragging about it on the Bird app. Ben Shapiro that I could chuck across a fucking football field soaking wet twice. Come on, man.
Superman is on the farm from his parents.
Who can't grow a proper beard.
That's why he takes the name Clark Kent. He's an immigrant who assimilates to American values. And then brings the...
He takes the name Clark Kent because he was an infant. Who... and that's the name that his adopted parents gave him. If he had drop shipped here when he was like 8 years old, and he had been called like Zigamatron 9000 or whatever the fuck they named, like their naming scheme on Krypton is, I have no idea. Zigamatron, he would have kept the fucking name probably. Maybe not, but like that would still be his birth name. At least we could explore that a little bit more. But like he took the name Clark Kent because that's the name. Okay, man.
His classic American values to the big city.
Kal-El? Oh, is that his original name? I guess he did have one, right? Like his parents must have named him, like his birth parents. Kal-El? They have surnames first? I kind of like that better. Call me a weeb, right? But like, Luffy D. Monkey does not sound correct. Monkey D. Luffy sounds very correct. Same with Monkey D. Garp and Monkey D. Dragon. Porcus D. Ace sounds much nicer than Ace D. Porcus. I do think that like imagine me, Gunter D. Alec. I think that rolls off the tongue quite nicely, actually. The creator of Star Wars literally said about the Vietnam War and the Empire is America, and the prequels are about how democracy becomes fascist. Yeah, I feel like I had that in the recesses of my brain. Thank you for bringing it up. Trump is actually doing everything Palpatine did. That's a stretch and a half, man. I would say he's just as evil, but far less competent. Trump is actually doing everything. Sorry, I just read that. Also, Superman was created by 2 Jewish immigrants in 1938, and the term American way was just supposed to sound cool. It was never about being pro-America, but that's just how it always has been perceived. Regardless, Better Tomorrow sounds better anyway. Yeah, like, it's fine. Like, I'm not opposed to American propaganda in theory, in concept. Okay? I think that America, like, it can be cool, right? Like, it's cool here. Our holidays are cool. You know, our technology is sometimes cool. Now that I think, okay, listen, hear me out. Hear me out. It's great here. Hold on. I got this. No, but in all seriousness, American values like freedom, like democracy, although that's kind of going by the wayside now, like the right to defend yourself, the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness that my father loves to bring up, like in the conversation I just had with him 2 minutes ago. Like, I like these things. I like the idea of promoting and defending these things, okay? Even the flag kind of grew on me a little bit. It's a silly looking flag. I think it could be simplified down a little bit, but you know what? Fine. I think just one big star. One big star instead of like 50 divided stars, right? I think that would look better, personally. Maybe instead of the red and white, we go for I don't know, what would be like out there, but also kind of cool, right? Like red and white and blue is just, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. It's too attached to America. Let's leave the red and white stripes. But like one big star, fine. Point being, there are a lot of values that I like about America. I'm fine with shilling American propaganda and being like, America's great, whatever. But like, can we actually make sure that the values we're shilling are good ones? You know? I don't know.
Where he has to use them to defend the big city from enemies, foreign and domestic. I mean, the original Superman is literally punching Hitler in the face. In the comics, he literally punches Hitler in the face.
Good.
So, you know, the attempt to separate Superman off from America is just a demonstration by the cultural left of how much they dislike America. And that's no shock, because when you take that over into the political sphere, full scale, what you end up is
But nothing they said was wrong, though. Like, he is an immigrant. He is. Like, you can dress it up anyway. He hasn't said it's wrong, by the way. He said a lot of things about this guy, but one thing he has not called him is wrong.
Different kind of immigrant. Like the guy who may be the next mayor of New York, Zoran Mamdani. So, if you have a choice,
Mamdani
come to the United States, yes, on alien spacecraft, and land, and then are integrated into America and imbibe from the wellspring of American values, or Zoran Mamdani, you should pick Superman. Because Zoran Mamdani is a disaster area. This guy is likely to be the next mayor of New York. And his absolute deep hatred for the country is so clearly apparent in every...
But, like, what has he said? Give me, like, one quote. One quote. Anything from Mamdani. Anything. I'll take anything that demonstrates that he hates America. Anything at all. Like, that could even be interpreted as him hating America. Anything. Leave it in the comments.
Everything that he's been doing for years.
And if you can't think of anything, leave something else in the comments. It helps the algorithm.
On end. Again, he only became an American citizen.
Tell me how cool I am.
So, he put out a tweet in 2020 that showed him flipping off a statue of Christopher Columbus with the caption, "Take it down." Because the idea is that Christopher Columbus is somehow deeply bad and deeply evil.
He is. Oh, we have to censor the we have to censor the flipping off. No, that's bad. That's censorship, Ben. I thought we were all about American values here. That's American as fuck. You know how often I see this on the road? Okay? I take this as a sign that I am driving down an American highway right there. Okay? That is American as apple pie. Oh, I thought we were anti-censorship here. I thought that censorship was anti-American. Yeah, fuck Christopher Columbus. Actually, while we were in the Dominican Republic, fun fact, I didn't know this. That's actually where Christopher Columbus had his house. Funny story. Our tour guide told us that it was destroyed. Isn't that funny? His house, like the ruins of his house remain. I forget the story about why it was destroyed, but some faction came in and just tore it down. And that made me happy inside. I didn't go to see it personally, because if I had, I probably would have pissed on it and gotten in trouble. Yeah, I found that fascinating and also hilarious. Yeah, fuck that guy. Rest in piss.
Now, first of all, Zohran Mamdani is not native to these shores.
It's funny, too, because... Sorry, I keep pausing. It's funny, too, because, like, everybody universally agrees, including the Spanish that sent him there, like, the monarchs that sent him there, who were also assholes, but even they were like, dog, maybe it's going a little bit too far to chop off the hands of your slaves and force them to wear them as necklaces. You know? Like, what does Ben Shapiro think about that? Because that is historical fact, mind you. Okay? Let's say that Christopher Columbus was a saint in every other regard. Can we at least agree that that was a little bit fucked up even for the time? Even for the time? You know? Like, it goes beyond just, like, owning slaves. Even if you argue that that was just a happenstance of the time, the shit that he did was obscene. Obscene! It goes, like, it boggles the mind that anybody would defend him, Ben. Jesus Christ, man. Yeah, I don't give a shit. Yeah, fuck Christopher Columbus. I hope he's burning in hell right alongside Hitler.
Bad and deeply evil. Now, first of all, Zohran Mamdani is not native to these shores, any more than the white people who preceded him are native to these shores.
Neither was Columbus, by the way.
Native Americans who came across a land bridge tens of thousands of years ago are...
Wait, whoa, hold on. That's where you lose me, dog. Okay, technically, the Native Americans... What did he say, Native Americans?
Any more than the Native Americans who came across...
Okay, wait. Let's hear that sentence again, just real quick.
Evil. Now, first of all, Zohran Mamdani is not native to these shores.
Not
any
native.
more than the white people who preceded him are native to these shores.
Right.
Any more than the Native Americans who...
Okay, so just so I'm clear, the Native Americans, right, are not native to these shores. The Native Americans are not native to the American shores. Is that what I'm hearing from Mr. Intellect Ben Shapiro? Now, I may be a little tipsy right now, but even I can tell you that that does not add up, my friend. Okay? The math ain't mathin'. I think if you're referring to them, which I get his point, and maybe I'm being a little pedantic, let's give him the maximum amount of credit that we can. What he meant was the nomads that came from across the Asian American ice continent, right? The ice bridge. That's what he's talking about. But, dog, if you're going to talk about who's native to this country, you need to be more responsible with your rhetoric. You just said the Native Americans are not native to America. That's insane work, dude. Are you listening to yourself?
Came across a land bridge tens of thousands of years ago are originally native to these shores. I mean, again, the way that human migration works is that it comes in waves.
The Native Americans are not native to America, according to Ben Shapiro.
There are no human natives to anything because, of course, there are no humans. But
no. That's not true either. Because if you go like way back, right? Let's take it scientifically and go like way back to the first bacterium that ever formed. Okay? In the primordial soup. It's called the primordial soup for those who don't know. The Earth was once a horrific, chaotic place. And out of the chaos sprung what I will refer to as a bacterium because I don't know what we would actually call it. That bacterium sprung out of to life and was native to wherever it sprung out. So, however far back you go in the human lineage, at some point, something was native to some place. Like, that is a fact. Like, you can say that we're native to, like, the Pacific Ocean or whatever, wherever the primordial soup was. Again, maybe I'm being pedantic. But I'm just saying, like, Mr. Intellectual here, you're not making much sense to
If
me.
you are talking about Zoran Mamdani flipping off Columbus, you wouldn't even be in New York if it weren't for Columbus. You would not be in America if it were not for Columbus. You can flip off the people.
There are a lot of kids who wouldn't be here if their mom hadn't been raped. What's your point? There are a lot of black people who wouldn't be here if their parents, their great-great-great-grandparents hadn't been kidnapped. And often raped, mind you. Okay, I guess we're just running defense for anything that resulted in me being here, being spit out by chance onto this land.
Who opened the
Cool
continent
stuff.
to your presence here, Zoran Mamdani.
For all you know, you wouldn't be here if Hitler hadn't killed 6 million Jews. Just throwing that out there.
It's so clear what he thinks of the country. My work schedule has been incredibly busy as of late, as you know, especially because of the
very
extended
busy.
show. I still need to make sure I'm maintaining my health, hitting the gym, spending time with family, even with the crazy schedule. I've learned pretty quickly peak performance
I
requires.
like to use the ad space to shill my own shit now, so it has not been working. Many of you have not even gone to check my Etsy page. You haven't even given me the courtesy of looking, sir, madam, or other. Go check it out. I make all kinds of cool stuff. I make little doodads that are definitely not Pokemon and the like. Go buy my stuff. If you're going to waste your money on anything, waste it on my useless junk. Okay? I'm gonna leave you right there, little guy, little buddy, little duck monster friend to accompany us on this journey. I'm sorry that I am exposing you to this failure of a man. But alas, I created you only to torture you, my son.
And of course, he got this from his parents.
Etsy.com/shop/GunterGrabs.
His parents are Indian born, and they also are immigrants to the United States who have taken advantage of literally every privilege America has to offer. That includes his father, Professor Mahmoud Mamdani of Columbia University.
Mahmoud!
Who hates the country, legitimately hates the country. Talks about how America is the settler colonialist state. Okay, so
It's so crazy. Like, they say that he hates the country because he engaged in civil rights activism. Like the nurse video that we did. If you didn't watch that, go watch it. It's very good. The Patriot nurse video that we did forced me to look into his parents' background a little bit. And literally what the guy did was engage in civil rights activism in the South. And they say that's why his parents hated the country. Okay.
So you can go. Seriously, you can go anytime. Or you can
Why
sit
don't
there
you
in the
leave?
privileged seat at Columbia University, pulling down a giant paycheck while your son...
I have a proposition. If you love Israel so much, go live there. You love it so much, go live there, Benny boy. I mean, they have nothing but benefits for you because you're Jewish, right? I'm sure you could be all buddy-buddy with, what's his face, Bibi, as he bombs more Palestinian children. You can go both sit and sip your little whiskey drinks and watch children get murdered. That'd be fun, right? You should go to Israel. Go move to Israel.
Runs for mayor after being a ne'er-do-well for all 3 of his decades on the planet. The deep and abiding hatred that these people have for the United States is truly astonishing. It really, really is. And also, I will point out that the settler colonialist narrative, you'll find they only apply it to white Europeans and to Jews in Israel. Those are the groups that they apply it to. They never
There it
apply
is.
settler colonialism to, the Arab conquest of the entire region with the beginnings of Islam, all the way up to and including Spain.
Okay. I don't think about that. I'm sure if I looked into the history, of course, there is colonialism that took place in like the Islamic Middle East. Okay, I know Islam sucks in its own very special ways. I don't like religion, no matter which religion it is. It just so happens that I live in a Christian fascist nation now, okay? And it's more relevant to my life to study the shit that happened to this soil. And what happened to this soil is white Europeans came here, brought black slaves, ravaged the land, killed the native population, and populated it for themselves. Okay? That's what happened to the place that I live in, that I grew up in. Was any of that my fault? No. Okay? I experienced no guilt over that. I sleep very well at night knowing that I did not engage in that. Okay? I didn't do that. That's just, but I can still acknowledge the reality, which you should as well, of how you ended up here. And pointing the finger at other countries and saying they did it too does not make it okay that it happened here. It doesn't. Like, I just don't understand this line of logic. I thought he was supposed to be the smart guy. I'm an idiot and I can tell you this shit. Fuck, man.
That never applies. One of the great settler colonialist movements in human history is the growth
well, they did it too.
From the Arab center in Saudi Arabia.
They did it too.
To encompass a huge swath of the globe.
Why don't you tell them that they did wrong stuff, the bad stuff?
In a general sense, the idea that human beings move around and take with them their values, and that war and conflict are a norm in all of human history.
No, I refuse to accept that. War is not a norm. War does not exist in the animal kingdom. It's unnatural. War is unnatural. Okay? I refuse to accept, and even if it were natural, mind you, it's not good. I don't have to accept that. That's called doomer posting. You are a fucking doomer, Ben Shapiro. Oh, war just happens. No, the fuck it doesn't. I expect better from my fellow man.
That's just real. Okay, that's just the way things work.
I believe in a future where war is abolished.
Settler colonialism.
What do you believe
I would
in?
criticize Arab settler colonialism throughout the Middle East because this is the way humanity operates. That is the way.
But you literally do. Like, you pointed the finger at it. You're like, look at what they did. Look at what they did. They did the same thing. Oh, look at them. Look at them. You literally just did that, man. The fuck are you talking about?
Some of those colonialist movements are actually better in values than others of those colonialist movements. For example, I think the European settler colonialist movement is in fact morally better than the Muslim settler colonialist movement that came out of the Middle East in
I give up.
The 7th century and 8th century.
Keep going, man.
It is, just in terms of the values that it propagated. You know, things like private property and freedom of speech. The Anglo-American settler colonialist movement, as Mamdani is...
He doesn't even delve into why it's better, mind you. He's just like, well, I know that white people killed the natives in some places, but like that was better than when the Muslims did it. You know? I'm not personally denying that Muslim people did that, mind you. Like I said, religion just sucks ass. Sorry, it does. All right? I hate to be Reddit atheist about it, but I'm going to be Reddit atheist about it. Like, religion historically has not been good when it comes to colonialism and genocide. So yeah, Muslims engaged in it too. Sure. But like, you couldn't even give me an argument as to why it was better when the white Christians did it, and the white Jews or whatever. The white Christo-Judays, whatever. Oh, we share the same God. Whatever. Fuck you. I don't care which God you have. It sucks ass.
Suggesting here is morally better than other
your God endorses slavery and murder.
Because not all people have the same culture and values. You know who should know this? Mahmoud Mamdani, who's a beneficiary of those Anglo-American values, sitting at a prestigious American university, able to say what he wants.
Anglo-American.
As opposed to, you know...
I don't live in Anglo-America. What the fuck is that Anglo shit? I live in goddamn America. I eat burgers on July 4th. I sit and watch fireworks and let my eardrums blast out. I pay top dollar for cruises to other countries where I can... I didn't even talk about this. On my cruise with Katie... This is such a tangent, sorry. But on my cruise with Katie, we went on Virgin Cruise... a Virgin cruise ship. What was it? Virgin Voyages. And it's so funny because we went to this place called Puerto Plata, right? Maybe I did talk about this a little bit earlier. But we went to Puerto Plata, and we got to go to a sandbar. We took a bus out into the boonies, right? It took about an hour. And we got to take a little boat to this little sandbar, swim with the fishes. It was a great time. But we come back, right? We come back, and I notice... I didn't notice this leaving, But I notice the bus drives into a fenced off area, right? A walled off area, and this wall consists of like it's just like a stone wall with barbed wire on top, and outside of this wall sucks. Like it sucks. Okay, the people who live there live in shambles. Like it's a horrific existence for a lot of people there. There's a lottery booth every 2 miles, like you have McDonald's in fucking the United States, right? It's garbage. I'm sorry, it's garbage. But then you get inside the gate, and it's just like plastic paradise, right? It's like tourist paradise. They dropped this off at the edge of this fucking like basically like an adult amusement park. It was like an adult water park. They had a little lazy river that some people were floating in. Everything looks fake. Everything looks plastic. It's all like artificially colored. You got people outside of the shop saying, come buy this, come buy this. Ooh, we have shirts for you. We have beach towels and jewelry and food. Come buy our food. Like it's so, it was the worst part of the trip. It was so gross. So gross. Oh, it's so what? You have no idea. And I just lost my mind walking all the way back to the boat. And all I could think about, like, it came up a lot in my brain the rest of the trip. I was like, I feel very uncomfortable. Like this, me personally, the white man, I felt personally offended by that. I forget what my point in all of this was. But I just felt like bringing that up.
Being back in Uganda, which is where he came from.
Hold on, let me rewind a little bit.
Sitting at a prestigious American university, able to say what he wants.
I think where I was going with this is I'm a goddamn American, and I take tourists. But yeah, that's what I was saying. I take cruise ships to other countries and sit in their walled off areas that are made specifically for me, and not the fucking brown people that live there. That's what I do as a goddamn American.
As opposed to, you know, being back in Uganda, which is where he came from with his family. Here he is ragging on the United States.
Christian. Who is this fact check guy? What the fuck's going on? Donald J. Trump was predetermined to be president by the deterministic universe. Okay. Well, the deterministic universe sucks then. The YouTube channel Rise Up Pakistan has a video of it. Called Zohran Mamdani Anti-Hindu. Anti-Hindu slurs are chanted in background, and he condones it. Why would he condone anti-Hindu slurs? What the fuck? Okay, send the video then. Source? He has never come out against fucking Hindu people. What? What are you talking? What? I guarantee you've never given a fucking flying fuck about Hindu people, dude. First of all, like... And second of all, you're just lying. Like, Zohran Mamdani is not anti-Hindu. And if he is, I'd love to know about it. Please link. We'll stop the entire segment and go over just that, Mr. Fact Check. Let's take a look.
Nation state.
Until then, shut the fuck up.
Decides to cleanse it of all religious minorities, Jews and Muslims in particular. And at the same time launches
Hold on, I missed
to
this,
cleanse
sorry.
it. Christian nation state. Decides to cleanse it of all religious minorities, Jews and Muslims.
That's the video? Okay, hold on, sorry. I'm gonna have to rewind this again. This segment's... I'm stretching 12 minutes out into like 70. Sorry, Dubsy. The fuck is... What is... This is the... Wait. What?
मैं अंग्रेजी में दे सकता हूँ?
Can I give it in English?
Sat Sri Akal ji, my name is Zohran Kwame Mamdani. I am a candidate for New York State Assembly District 36, Astoria, Dipmar Steinway, Astoria Heights. I'm here today to protest against the BJP government in India and the demolition of the Babri Masjid in the attempt to build a mandir on top of the ruins of it. I'm here with my Sikh brothers and sisters. We have other protesters on the other side, and we are here to make clear that...
None of that demonstrated that he's anti-Hindu. Who are the Hindus, bastards? I mean, so he's protesting that, like, if it's mainly the Hindus who are like, I'm sorry, I stand by what I said. Religion sucks ass. Like, if it's primarily like a Hindu government trying to overtake a portion of... Is this really the best you got against Zoran, dude? Is this the best you fucking got? A choppy fucking video from an 8-subscriber goddamn channel where he doesn't even say anything anti-Hindu? The U.S. has a problem with Christian nationalism. Zoran's dad is correct. Modi is far right. This is the best they've got, man. That's sad as fuck. Fact check. He does not condone anti-Hindu slurs. Okay? Also, he looks like he's fucking 16 here. When is this from? This is a joke, right? It's a fucking joke. Oh, well, this is probably from 2020, right? Because of the masks. He's probably 20-something. He's probably younger than I am now. Fuck off.
Muslims in particular. And at the same time launches a colonization experiment. The discovery of the Americas. America is the genesis
of
what we call settler colonialism. And the American model was exported all around the world.
I mean, again, the absolute myopic insanity of that statement, that America is uniquely settler colonialist, as opposed to the Muslim countries that he is lauding as some sort of victims in all of this.
The dynamics upon which America was built are unique throughout history. Because never before that time had there been a group of people that set out to sea to a completely, when I say completely, I mean across the fucking planet, a foreign land, and dominate it. That is unprecedented. So in that sense, it is very unique. We brought it with our disease and pestilence, our slavery, our guns, certainly, our violence. Okay? Is chopping off hands and forcing slaves to wear them around their necks good old-fashioned American values? Do you consider that American values, Ben Shapiro? Because that's what Christopher Columbus did. That's what he did. You're fine with that. You're defending Christopher Columbus. He condones the anti-Hindu crowd. Most people would disavow those sentiments. It makes him an anti-Hindu apologist. Dog, I don't fucking care. I don't care. Okay, do you really think that if you struck down Mamdani about, like, the Hindu people, right? Like some random, like he just hates some random fucking Hindu person who never did anything wrong to him. Do you really think he hates that guy? If you think that, you're stupid. You're just stupid. I don't know what to say to you. Like, you don't want good things. You will pull whatever minutia you can to stick it to Mamdani. Because you just don't want good things. And you have nothing, you have no other dirt on him. Like, this is the best dirt you have on him? Are you fucking kidding me? You can get better dirt on me. There's a YouTube short, where I burn an American flag. I think I've since removed it, but I'm not shy about the fact that it exists. And you could probably find it if you dug deep enough. I think there was one hater that I had who put it in his compilation. You know? And you know what? I'll defend that too. That's my fucking freedom of speech, motherfucker. Alright? Yeah, I burned an American flag. What of it? That was my goddamn right to do that. And to say that you hate Hinduism is also your right. As a red-blooded fucking American. Alright? That's the best you got against Mamdani? Fuck off.
Is totally insane. Totally insane. By the way, that's not the extent of his insanity. He also suggested that Abraham Lincoln's treatment of Native Americans was the basis of Hitler's treatment of Jews.
With the Civil War, Abraham Lincoln generalized the solution of reservations. They herded American Indians into separate territories. For the Nazis, this was the inspiration. It is possible to do genocide. That's what Hitler realized.
Okay, Hitler never would have come up with the idea of going after the Jews if it were not for Abraham Lincoln's treatment of Native Americans. First of all, the treatment of Native Americans.
I actually don't know anything. I can't speak on this. I don't know anything about the history of Native Americans' treatment when it came to Lincoln's presidency. He could have been dog shit to them. He could have. I'm fine though with like venerating Abraham Lincoln and even George Washington. I'm fine with venerating them, because, you know, as shitty as they were, the things that people venerate them for are not the slavery, are not the shit they did to Native Americans. It's the free. It's for George Washington, it's the liberation from a monarchy, and for Abraham Lincoln, it's the freeing of the slaves. You know, like, if that's what we're teaching kids is good in schools, when we teach them about George Washington and Abraham Lincoln, they deserve the full truth. Don't get me wrong. Like, George Washington obviously was no saint, nor was Abraham Lincoln. I'm sure he had his bag of horrific policies. But at the same time, it's like, dog, they did do those good things too. Like, we can recognize that and venerate them for that. The fuck did Christopher Columbus do? Stumble across a land that he mistook for India because he doesn't know how to fucking navigate, and then he chopped off his slaves' hands and made them, I stress, chopped off his slaves' hands and that he owned and made them wear their own hands as necklaces. And this is the guy you're defending. Really? Okay, brother.
In America, which is shameful and poor, preceded Abraham Lincoln by several decades. Just to point that out.
Yeah, but you can still acknowledge that Abraham Lincoln participated in that.
The Trail of Tears was many, many years before Abraham Lincoln. 2, the idea that
the entirety, right? The entirety of what European immigrants did to the Native Americans was all wrapped up in the Trail of Tears. It doesn't go past that. Don't study any more than that.
Many years before Abraham Lincoln. 2, the idea that Hitler required the help of Abraham Lincoln in order to come up with his hatred of Jews is totally insane, actually. There are linkages between American politics.
I mean, he could I don't know the truth of this. Somebody, please state in the comments, you know, if you have knowledge of this and can back it up, like, yeah, it's possible that Hitler took some of his models from stuff that Abraham Lincoln did to Native Americans. I don't know. Like, please, I don't want to believe that. I would love to believe that Abraham Lincoln was a saint who all he ever did was free the slaves. You know, I am very apologetic toward that man because he did, after all, he was the president who was in charge when the slaves were freed. Even though he didn't do reparations because he was killed because he freed the slaves. So I'm very willing to give him the benefit of the doubt. But if he did shitty things, then he did shitty things, and we should recognize that and cope with it.
See, with regard to eugenics, which is
not
a
ignore
progressive left-wing movement in the United States in the 1920s, and Nazi policies of the same period and slightly thereafter.
Whoa, hold on. That was a fucking
American
lie.
policy with regard to eugenics, which is a progressive left-wing movement in the United States in the 1920s.
Since when? No. I'm calling bullshit. That's
and
a
Nazi
lie.
policies
That's just a
of
lie.
the same period and slightly thereafter. But that actually has more to do with the Woodrow Wilson progressives than it has to do with Abraham Lincoln. The reason he's attacking Abraham Lincoln is because he's trying to...
Eugenics were never progressive. No. Sorry.
Tear down icons of America. That, again, is Zoran Mamdani's father. And this all...
It's so funny because you have to defer to, like, Abraham Lincoln. Like, you have to defer to Zoran Mamdani's dad because you can't actually state anything good that Columbus did except, well, you wouldn't be here if it weren't for Columbus. Yeah, I wouldn't be here if it weren't for Hitler, too. That's true. That's true. And that's directly true. My dad's dad, my grandfather was born in Nazi Germany. Okay? I am a second generation American. My dad's first generation. His dad immigrated here from Germany. His dad was probably a fucking Nazi. So I wouldn't be here if it weren't for Nazi Germany. I would still probably be somewhere in bumfuck nowhere Germany and speaking German. If at all exist, you know? So yeah, if it weren't for World War II and the Holocaust, me, Alec Gunter, would not be here right now. That does not mean that I condone World War II and the fucking Holocaust. That's insane logic, man. This is what we're dealing with now. This is like supposed to be their intellectual God King or whatever. You know? Like, that's insane work.
Speaks to why Zoran Mamdani identified himself as both Asian and Black or African American as a high school senior applying to college. You understand that those are extra
I don't
points
care.
For the left.
I don't care.
Like the racial diversity.
He doesn't even bring that up in his campaigning ever. He never brings up his race. Like, the only time he ever even acknowledges that he's a fucking Muslim is when he's forced to.
So if you lie about your race, this guy is just as much lying about his race as Elizabeth Warren lied about her race.
Show me an
Zoran
example.
Mamdani
Prove
is
it.
not Black or
Prove it.
African American any more than.
If he had any examples of this, you know what he'd do? He'd pull them up. Instead of pulling up shit that his dad said. I don't give a shit what his dad
Many
said.
of my
frankly.
white South African
I don't
friends.
care.
He is not. He's of
My dad's a piece of shit. It does not speak on me as a person.
African American
Sorry.
any more than many of my white South African friends. He is not. He's of Indian heritage. His parents moved to Uganda when he was a kid, and then he moved.
Sorry, but we should not condone Islamophobia or Hinduphobia. It is not Islamophobia to point out that the Islamic religion has a lot of flaws and has led to a lot of conflict and strife. If you can recognize that about Christianity, you can recognize that about Islam. Why did you ban him? Who? Fact check? I didn't ban him. Probably the little noob that could. Oh, you're talking to the little noob that could. Got it. Probably banned him because he's a dumbass. Also, fact check and truth seeker. Gee, I wonder if that's a. I wonder if that's a sock.
Out of Uganda when he was also a kid. He was born in Uganda. His parents moved out of Uganda.
I wonder why it took a minute for truth seeker to come in and back up his buddy fact check. For those, okay, wait, hold on. Just to show you guys real quick. Here's what I'm looking at right here. The fucking YouTube chat right there. Totally different people, right? Fact check gets banned. Truth seeker 5 minutes because he has to take a minute. You know, he's got the two fact the two what is it, the 2FA on? He's got the 2FA on. What's up, truth seeker? Don't ban him. Don't ban him. I want to see what he does.
Uganda when he was also a kid. He was born in Uganda. His parents moved out of Uganda to the United States when he was a child. But he has the temerity, by the way, to suggest that he is an African American, having spent a few years in the continent of Africa.
Wait. I was supporting Zoran Mamdani. Sorry, I'm more invested in this guy than I am in Ben Shapiro now. I was supporting Zoran Mamdani until I saw he condones Hinduphobia. I'm a proud Indian. Then you're an idiot. Like, I'm sorry, like, his current campaign has given no Hindu phobia. What do you think he's going to do? Take office and kill all the Hindus? Huh? What do you think he's going to do? Throw you all in a concentration camp? No, I'm sorry, that's just not the case. I hate fascist Trump and want to see Zoran Mamdani's socialist policy, but I can't support Hinduphobia. He's not Hindu-phobic, man. I don't know what to tell you. If that's honestly your gripe against him and that's why you don't support him, you're a fucking idiot. Grow some brain cells. I don't know.
But he has the temerity, by the way, to suggest that he is an African American, having spent a few years in the continent of Africa. Well, Jews who have spent generations going like back 3,000 years.
See, like, that's crazy. This is crazy work. Like, literally, this wasn't even supposed to be about Zoran Mamdani. I don't know how we got here. We were supposed to be talking about Superman. But, like, halfway through this fucking video, we just started talking about Zoran somehow. Like, this is the best they got. This is the best they got. We got this dumbass in chat talking about how he's Hindu-phobic because of one choppy video from an 8-subscriber channel where he's, like, standing there talking about how they're doing some shit in India that I have known nothing about, that he's against, all right? Like, the one video ever that might possibly implicate, perchance, maybe, that he's Hindu phobic, I guess. Like, they have that, and then Ben Shapiro is like, well, one time he said he's African American because he lived in Africa for a little bit. That doesn't make him African American. Like, that's the best they got. They are terrified of this guy. Truth Seeker and Ben Shapiro are alike. They are terrified of this guy. Or should I call you Fact Check? Do you prefer Fact Check or Truth Seeker? I'm sorry. But they can't do anything. They can't do anything. Sorry, man. Zoran Mamdani is coming in, and there's nothing you can do about it.
In Israel are settler colonialists, or Americans who spent hundreds of years in the United States are settler colonialists. That's the way this idiotic...
You know exactly what he said? He needs to issue an apology? You're right. He should do that right after he implements socialism in New York City. Okay? Fine. Sure. Whatever. Have him issue an apology to the fucking Hindus. I don't care, as long as he does socialism.
Logic works. It's just, there is no standard.
Fair enough.
There is only a double
Whatever.
standard. If you are of the left, you get to claim that you are a diverse heritage victim of white supremacy, no matter who you are or how much you lie.
That's me.
And that's Zoran
That's me.
Mamdani in a nutshell. Well, that's all for now.
He's right.
Don't
I talk about all the time how I'm a victim of white supremacy. Because I'm a leftist. Islamophobia and Hinduphobia are stupid. No. Islamophobia. Listen. I don't know about Hinduphobia. That sounds like a weird thing in the United States. Let me end the segment first, and then we'll address this. Ben Shapiro is stupid as always. This was supposed to be about Superman, and then because he can't help himself and he's so fucking Islamophobic, he devolved into just shitting on Zoran Mamdani even more. My goat, Zoran, who I love to talk about but was not expecting to talk about in this segment. He's just gonna help himself. He just hates brown people too much, right? So, yeah, it was supposed to be about Superman, but, you know, you gotta shit on Zoran, right? Like I said, they're terrified of the man. Terrified. They cannot stop talking about him and how much they hate him because they know. They know Zoran's coming for their asses, okay? And there's nothing they can do about it. Okay, Islamophobia and Hinduphobia are stupid fucking terms. So, Islamophobia is a weird one because if you're speaking strictly about the religion, Islam, and not liking it, technically you could call that Islamophobia. And in that sense, I don't fucking care because I don't like Islam either. I don't like any religion. Okay, I'm very consistent in that regard. I don't like the Hindu religion. I don't like Buddhism. Okay, I used to think that Buddhism was like the one based religion. No, it's not. Buddhists are fucked up too. Sorry. You know, even like non-Abrahamic, polytheistic, whatever, you believe in Zeus or whatever. Like, yeah, it's probably fucked up in some ways. Zeus is a fucked up guy. Okay, I don't like religion that much. I'm consistent in that regard. I think that some religions do more harm than others, certainly, but like I won't get into the weeds on that. But when we talk about Islamophobia, that is a broad movement in the United States, especially fueled by post 9/11 propaganda that resulted in a lot of people who just happen to be brown being like you could literally be an Indian and Hindu, right, and still suffer as a result of Islamophobia because you like wear a robe or whatever, like Indian attire, right? Like they wear, you know, clothes that we don't. And some people, because they're idiot Americans, might confuse that for them being a Muslim and then attack them because they think they're Muslim. The point of Islamophobia is not that it is specific to the religion. It's that Americans think that Islam is bad and anybody who is from the brown Middle Eastern countries is Islamic or Muslim, and therefore anybody who's from the brown Middle Eastern countries are bad. It's a form of racism. It's a little complicated, but there you go. You're undermining Hinduphobia. I don't know enough about Hinduphobia to speak on it, okay? I don't know, and I don't fucking care. It doesn't have anything to do with Zoran Mamdani. His campaign has not been Hinduphobic. All he wants to do is fucking fix New York City. If you think that one video of him, 40 fucking if he was Hindu phobic, give me anything else. Anything else. Nothing he said there was problematic even against Hindus. Nothing. Hindu phobia is also a form of racism too. I don't know enough about it, man. Okay, I don't, and I'm sorry. Like, it just doesn't concern me that much. I'm sure it exists. I'm sure it's bad, but I don't care. Like, in the context of Zoran Mamdani, he's not fucking Hindu phobic. He's not. You would be hard pressed to convince me of that. I forgot food in the oven. Nice. Can you watch Pierre's video? He interviewed a former Superman. Not right now. It's getting late. I'm probably gonna end soon. The problem is most people will call anything against the religion Islamophobia. Just call it racism and xenophobia because that's literally what it is. You're watering down the context, Casey. There's important context to Islamophobia and why it is important to contextualize it as such. Okay? Take Hassan Piker, for instance, okay? Little known political leftist streamer Hassan Piker suffers from Islamophobia. Not because he's a practicing Muslim. If I had to, I don't know exactly. He still calls himself a Muslim, but if I had to guess, he's more of an atheist these days, okay? He's not like a super strict practicing Muslim. He just happens to have slightly darker skin than most of us. He does pass as white, and he says he does. And a Turkish name, Hassan Piker, okay? But even if he were a full-on atheist, he would still suffer from Islamophobia because of his origins and the fact that his family is Muslim, all right? It's not specific to the things that he believes or practices. It is a symptom of people thinking that Muslims are bad and then relating Muslims to brown Middle Eastern people and then saying if you're brown and you're Middle Eastern or look like you're brown and Middle Eastern, that makes you bad. That makes you Muslim and that makes you bad. And that's specific, and it's important that we recognize that specifically because of the context of the post 9/11 Islamophobic scare. Okay? Like there's important historical context to that. It's a little complicated, but Islamophobia is important to recognize and call it for what it is. It's oversimplifying it to just call it racism and xenophobia. It's a specific collection of elements of racism and xenophobia that form Islamophobia. That's the best way I can describe it. Racism against Hindus will be 7-Eleven tropes. Wouldn't that be racism against Indians? Okay, sorry. If that word is the N word for Indians, you would have said the P word. I'm just saying. I don't know enough about the word. I'm sorry. I'm just not buying it, man. I'm sure that anti-Hindu sentiment is strong in many areas of the world, and it's a real problem that we should tackle and address, okay? I'm sure. But if you're coming to me and telling me that Zoran Mamdani is the problem with anti-Hindu sentiment, I don't buy it. I don't buy it, truth seeker, fact checker, what have you. I don't buy it. I don't. You're bullshitting me. You haven't even denied that you're on an alt account, by the way. So for all I know, you're just bullshitting the entire being. We disconnected from OBS for a second. Are we still live? I think we're still good. I have no reason to believe you about anything. And you're annoying me, so I'm gonna ban you now. Goodbye. Sorry, I'm Hindu phobic. Okay, it is almost 11 for me. I am going to get off of here. But let's see who's live and see if we can drop you off. I had a fun first stream back. There will be plenty more where this came from. The news is non-stop these days. I'm being told that many things are happening. Many, many things. Let's see who's live on Twitch, because YouTube is dead right now in the live streaming space.
I gotta kill this now.
Can you shut up, please? Actual Jake! Let's raid Actual Jake. I don't think I've done that. I love Actual Jake. I don't think I've actually caught one of his live streams before. We are rating Actual Jake with 2 viewers from Twitch. A little embarrassing. We got to get those Twitch numbers up, boys, girls, and MBs. We have got to get those Twitch numbers back up. A little embarrassing. That's my fault for taking such a long break from Twitch. How is it not just racism or xenophobia? I just explained this, man. I just explained this. I'm not doing this shit all over again. It is a very specific, important to recognize form of both elements of both racism and xenophobia. It's both of them. Both of them. Islamophobia is a useless term that's never used right. You're fucking wrong, dude. Go fucking learn about it, okay? Just go learn about it. I already explained it to you. I don't know how else to. Okay? Like, I know you hate religion. So do I. But I can still recognize the elements of Islamophobia that make people's lives worse. Does that make sense? It's a very specific prescription. Or description, sorry, description of what happens. It doesn't mean I love Muslims or the Islamic religion to recognize that Islamophobia exists and is very present and impacts people's lives in a negative fashion. It doesn't mean any of that. It simply means there is a... I just explained it. I just explained it. Go back and rewatch the VOD if you're confused still. Anyway, thank you all very much for being here. I love you all. Raid's happening. Have a great night. I will see you all on Tuesday. Take care.